are you here then? I do not think I have heard him speak.
I have, and
Okay.
I am here listening to you all
Okay.
while I cram my face with pizza. But
Meow, 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 meow.
How dare you?
Pizza of champions.
Is it blood pizza? Because
Is it
you're in the UK.
a rogue pizza?
Hey, the blood
normally
thing
a
is
pizza is
reserved
Italian,
for
so maybe.
Scotland if you're talking about the UK. English people are way too squeamish for that shit.
Okay.
Blood, as in black pudding.
Yeah.
I presume you were referencing.
Yep.
I had it like
What
just
about
the
all
other
the
day.
No, I
but
know,
okay.
I know you, Dan, but you're a man of culture and substance. I'm talking
Okay.
about the
That's
random
fine. I
English
agree.
rabble. Like,
I
none
mean,
of them will
blood
try haggis.
pudding is part of an English breakfast. I don't know what you're on about, Rob.
Okay, you're the expert, sure.
I mean, it's like anytime you're all like, how do you make a proper English breakfast? It's all like beans, black pudding, blah, 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 blah,
Yeah,
blah,
fuck
blah.
beans, man.
I mean, yeah, I kind of agree that beans for breakfast is really weird, but
No, it's beans is only not weird at breakfast, and even then, fuck beans.
what?
If I wanted my vegetables covered in tomato ketchup, I'd fucking do it myself. I wouldn't buy them out of a fucking can. You
I
arse of
mean,
balance. We've been streaming for like 5 minutes. You should probably
oh,
just
have
read
we
the
really?
recap. Yeah.
Oh, I miss having the live button.
No,
Or
I
the
pressed
notification.
it.
But it
it's-
doesn't
it-
show up on my end. Yeah,
Oh,
knob.
yeah, I don't care about that though. So
Okay. Well, the last session, after settling things with Shal Ajana about our fight, we also ask him about Abella, but he does blah, 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 blah. He seems bored at the aspect of helping us find our servant friend, but offers to keep out an eye for her. After we leave Shal's place, Declan breaks off from the group to get some work done in his lab, while the rest of us go back to the Bell Witch's tower to give her her book. The ghost is grateful and eager for them to leave, so they do not linger. After which, Abrashmina tells the others that she wishes to go see the Six Eyes to speak with Sharat, and Bryn correctly assumes that the cleric would also like to go see Eli to clear things up between them. Bryn and Makud return to the Mirage while Abrashmina goes out on her own, and she speaks to Sharat about the search for Abella and basically shares some of her knowledge that she garnered while serving as the Jewel of the Watcher with um, the Thieves Guild, and hoping that it would give them leverage in their searches or political dealings. With the caveat that anything she tells them they can't act upon until they have found another way of verifying it so that suspicion doesn't fall on her once the secrets come out. Sharat agrees, and after which she goes to speak to Eli to apologize for her behavior, and the two of them make up. Back at the Mirage, Declan has made some progress on his newest project, but it will be a few days yet before he's able to create what he hopes will be a potion that will help someone stave off the throes of madness that the spurned seemed to give off at the Vakar. Makud asks Jari how to kill a sandworm, and he tells Makud that these are things to avoid, lie flat in the sand and hope they go away, not creatures to fight. Makud laughs at this, and yeah. Declan also catches everyone up on the happenings of his investigations. Makud seems most interested in raiding the Trove, while Abrashmina is mostly concerned by the criminal organization that disappeared the bodies rather than the murder themselves, and the fact that Declan hadn't seemed to question anyone about Abella. The cleric also raises concerns about Declan going out and interrogating people and taking them at their word when he has friends that has the ability to guarantee that their word is truth with Bryn's mind reading and Abrashmina's zone of truth magics. Declan admits that this is because his friends are not always the quietest bunch, but Abrashmina manages to all but bully him into letting them accompany him on his patrol that evening. During which Declan visits his dead drop, finds a note from Fahar that mentions a man called Scriven, a Dethoiner, says that he's a connection to Aldok leaves that used to sell to the preacher folks, but now mostly addicts, and Has a short gray beard, or a short beard, and a gray satchel. Is usually found on the docks and is allergic to shellfish. After questioning a few of his contacts, all who claim that they have not heard of the green-eyed Ashari servant working for the Shawls, the virtues begin to suspect that she's being held prisoner and isn't actually working for a Shawl. Abrashmina says that tomorrow she can have some magic that will allow her to locate unique people such as Abella. And so they settle in to watch the trove. When Makud realizes that they mean to stake it out rather than busting in, he declares that he does not wish to spend hours in a tiny room again and leaves them all to the boring work of watching and heads back to the Mirage. Abrashmina recognizes the guards on the ships as Barakados, mercenary battle mages for hire. On his way back to the Mirage, Makud is accosted by several young men in black cloaks. They recognize him as Amar Utu and offer him a bit of work if he would follow them somewhere more private. Monitar does not question this and allows them to lead him to a small building where a cadre of men are waiting to jump him. Thinking that the job is to kill these men, Makud lays into them. He is outnumbered 7-1 and is badly beaten within inches of his life, but manages to overcome the odds and stands victorious over 6 of them, while the last runs away after telling Makud that the bodies have payment for the quote-unquote job. The other virtues come running, hearing the faraway sound of Makud's maul erupting, and chasing into the streets in search of him. They find him bloody and covered in wounds, and so many crossbow bolts sticking out of him that he resembles a porcupine. Abrashmina sets about healing him while Declan searches the bodies and finds a note with all of their descriptions on it. It seems that someone had hired them to, and by the looks of Makud, take them out of the picture. Abrashmina casts Speak with Dead and one of the corpses. They learn that the name of the adversary is Origa. He is a member of, and the dead man was a member of one of Riga's elite forces known as the Black Cloaks. Declan hides the bodies with his ability to shape stone, and the group departs before they are found. Bakud, having already wandered back to the Mirage, Bryn and Abrashmina follow after while Declan insists on staking out the trove. He watches the shift change over several times over the course of a few hours. No one enters or leaves the ship, and the men on guard seem to be very well trained. On their way back to the Mirage, Abrashmina spots another man wearing a black cloak that is watching them. She tells Bryn and tries to urge the bard into following, but the Callan urges caution and they go back home. After checking on Makud, Abrashmina goes up to her room to speak with Eli about what happened, while Bryn does the same with Madir. Both have heard of this Riga, but neither have had direct dealings with their kind before. Abrashmina and Bryn's evening end in a very similar fashion, both of them finding some sort of comfort in the arms of their newly found partners. And that is where we left off, with Madir and Bryn cutting to the chase.
One minor correction. Madar. Apart from that, thank you very much.
Fine, sorry.
It's alright. Yeah, so the next morning rolls around. Unless, Declan, are you still out, do you think? Or
No, so I actually did
you'd
have a
come
plan. Yeah, Declan would have come back after he had observed the full rotation of the guards. I imagine Declan's the kind of guy, mechanics aside, who probably sleeps 4 to 6 hours a night anyway. When long rests are required, obviously I'll do that. But for these purposes, for role play and narrative, like I imagine he comes home, sleeps for about 4 hours, and then is probably trying to be up with the sun so that he can wake Ethan and begin her training.
Okay. You see, she's like, she's never been that kind of physically impressive. She's always been quite skinny. And so she definitely suffers very heavily from the fatigue side of things. But she's very eager.
Okay.
And, will work as hard as you push.
Sure, yeah. It's pretty intensive training, and the first day is going to be all strength and agility training. So push-ups, exercises, balance training, maybe some weapons training if depending on our energy levels. But the whole thing would be wrapped up, and as long as she is trying her hardest, he's not gonna
she
berate her.
she definitely like throws up a little bit and that sort of thing. Like
Okay.
it's rough.
Yeah.
But the rest of you come to at various times during the morning. Head downstairs. Now we've got a few more things to achieve over the next sort of little while, and then once those things are achieved, we'll eventually get to the pot hydra fight, and then after that, I think we'll hand wave the rest of town once we've cleared up the final leads. But as you come awake the next morning, you'll find it to be a very slightly overcast day, not something you see much in Ashar, and to those of you who've never lived here before, you may even think it could mean rain, though Makud and Ebrashmina know otherwise. But yeah, the morning is yours. What would you like to do?
Well, Abrashmina plans on using locate creature for part of the day in the wealthier districts of town. I also think that at some point we need to go see Qual about some potions to prepare for our pot hydra fight. And maybe seeing a Lori about a teleportation scroll.
Very well. Which
That
of
is
those
what
would...
I think, but I don't know what anyone else has planned.
Sounds good.
Uh,
I mean,
sorry, Jay, just made me laugh.
Qual.
So good.
Yep, sounds
Yeah,
good.
sounds
Okay.
good. I mean, let's go
Okay.
talk to Qual, man. He's my BFF.
Oh,
I love that guy. Can't get enough of him.
Well, I mean, if you do not wish to go back to the, I mean, you got very good prices the last time that you went to that potion seller. Do you not wish to return there? I suppose we could
Did
see
I?
if Sharat has. I feel like you did. For a foreigner,
everything-
the prices that you got, those were very good prices.
What do you mean for a foreigner?
Abrashmina kind of like looks very impressed that you managed to pay like slightly below cost for most of those things.
Yeah.
What do you mean for a foreigner?
Oh, they overcharge if you do not ask them to lower the price at least like 5-10%. You did very good. That is why I argued.
getting overcharged.
I mean, why do you think that I haggled with everyone the last time we went? They saw you with me.
You could have told me this sooner. I mean,
I thought you knew.
maybe not let me be the one leading the negotiations. I mean, if they're gonna,
You are a very charismatic person. You just have to haggle with them.
I guess.
It is a thing. You haggle with the merchants. You do not ever pay full price for a ship voyage. Or rather, you pay a full price, but they always give you 1 gold on return. If they do not, they are not a good sailor. You do not want to be on their ship.
You're supposed to give me a gold back.
Yes, for hospitality.
How do you know all this stuff? I mean, besides being a local.
I am from here. These are things that you know. Yes?
I guess. I'm not paying full price for anything ever again.
Yes. You always haggle.
I don't care. I may even have to pretend to rough them up.
I mean, you have
I
always
said
haggled with
pretend.
people. I know, I'm just saying you have always haggled with
No.
people, yes?
I thought it was kind of not a good custom. And I always gave up too soon.
Oh, no. No.
That just sounds like it's just part of the art of getting a good deal. I learned a lot today.
The deal that you got for our booze here is very good because, he was foreign too. So that is probably why he was having so much trouble finding buyers. So it is good. These are good things. Anyways, do we wish to go shopping before I go walking? Do you all wish to accompany me to while I try to find Abella?
I don't know if we should be going out alone.
Mm.
We definitely shouldn't be going down sketchy alleys.
Well, I wouldn't. There wouldn't be any sketchy alleys where I'm going, but I was uh more concerned about if we all go together. That makes us easier to spot fit descriptions to us. Yes.
I mean, I can pretty much look whatever I need to look like. I'm not concerned about that.
I could change the appearance of my eyes, but there is not much that I can do about this. And she kind of points to the tattoo under her eye. But Makut is Amaru too. There is no not recognizing him. But if two women with Makut is going to be obvious who we are, yes? One a Shari woman, one lament.
I don't have to look like a lamenter.
I am just saying.
I just don't think it's safe to go out by yourself. I mean, just think about it. We don't have to make a decision right now.
But should we go shopping? Yes.
Yes, let's get us a deal.
You're not worried that you will be spotted shopping with Amau too?
That's actually a really good point. I'm just saying.
I do not wish to go without Makud. I will miss you. But it is obvious that we are being watched, yes? For nefarious reasons. I spotted another one of them on our way back home yesterday. They were following me in Bryn.
Maybe their orders are just to observe
They
or try to isolate us.
They definitely tried to kill Makut.
Yeah, when it was
Leopard,
just Makud.
yes.
Maybe they try and isolate us. I mean, the one last night left us alone, and it was the two of us.
This is a good point. But perhaps they were not sure that we were who they were meant to be following. I don't know. But we should be careful, at least. Declan, I do have a question for you.
Declan's in the basement.
Oh, I figured you were up at breakfast with everybody.
He just
I mean,
said he was
yeah,
getting
Bert-
up early to train his
Yeah.
sister.
Well, I figured he'd done better by this time.
Nope. Come
Okay.
down though.
Because he got in late, remember? So like 4 hours would mean he'd be getting up like dawn.
He's gonna be going probably till 10, 11 o'clock training, and then he'll be down. But you can come in and talk to him.
Yeah, okay. Have the same conversation twice.
Sorry. It'll be a short one. Don't worry.
But yeah, that explains why you weren't piping up. Okay. Yeah. So I guess like Abrashmina would go down to speak with Declan about
You'd probably, yeah. You'd
potion
probably hear
buying
him like, sure. You'd probably hear him like shouting from inside the training room, you know, mind your form, footwork, balance, you know, just things like that.
yeah.
when you-
So
Go ahead.
yeah. She's just gonna come in, ask for your opinion on like things, and like we're going to go shopping. She's going to go patrolling, and the thing I was going to ask you, whenever we fight in the Vakar, are you going to be wearing your mask, or are you going to be Declan Core?
I think I hadn't thought about it too much, but my instinct was to wear the mask. For now, my identity seems to be protected. People know that mask is one of the virtues, as we determined by the note that was left on the bodies of the Black Cloaks. Best to maintain that, I think.
I agree. Do you think there is any credence to the idea that perhaps me and Bryn should do something to protect our identities as well whenever we fight?
I think I could be proven quite wrong, and that this is a dangerous path, but the path we are on is a dangerous one already. I think we should lean in to our fame. An attack against you in broad daylight would be brazen. It would draw the interest of the guards, and those who seek to do us harm are those who tend to keep to the shadows. I think you will be safe for now, especially if you travel together.
Okay. But when we fight in the Vakar, we should be Abrashmina and Brynhild?
You
Or
are
should
already
we-
known. Any
Okay.
two women who fight with Makud in the Vakar will be known as the virtues. You are the jewel of the Watcher, and Bryn is a beautiful foreigner. You are difficult to mistake. It's true that Bryn could use her magics to disguise herself, but the point of this venture was to be a symbol.
and
to
to
be
gain
visible.
renown.
And to gain what?
Renown.
Renown. Exactly.
But while you have your identity as the mask, that should be protected, yes? Because if the mask is known to be a virtue and the virtues all fought, and there was one man who. Obviously, that would make you the mask. So, yes.
Correct.
That makes sense to me. I just wanted to make sure that this was not a protection that the rest of us needed to also be concerned with.
The future may make fools of us all, but these are my best instincts.
Ambushmina kind of nods and says that I will bow to your wisdom in this. We are going to be going shopping. Do you and the wandering for the search for Bella? Do you wish to accompany on any, or do you have a full day?
Part of my day was to search for a Bella. If you can hold for the next hour or so, I can meet you when your shopping is done. If there is a spot in the market district that you would like to meet me at, I will be there promptly.
Abrashmina will describe such a spot to him, and will then go upstairs to head out with Bryn and Makud.
Sure.
Oh, just for flavor, it smells terrible in that room. So sweaty.
Oh, I'm
You
sure
ever
of that.
You ever been in like a wrestling room?
Yes.
They are disgusting.
Yes. Smells like feet and sweat.
In the words of Vince Noir, that's the smell of brutish men squirting out hot jets of man foam. It's,
Oh.
Or you know, a guy and
Oh,
his
God.
sister.
I
Oh
mean,
God,
that's-
that somehow makes it worse.
Yeah, that's sort of the whole thing. Anyway, so you'll head out, and it's extremely muggy outside. Like for Bryn especially, it's hard to breathe. Like the air just feels like it's made of fucking soup. It's very thick and like, you know, choking the moisture and the heat combining to just make it an awful time in general. Sweat like pouring off you despite the Oasis at Night Chill. But the people seem out in full force as you head towards the market district. Are you looking for Carl first?
Mm-hmm.
So you see him kind of standing in the spot that Bryn had seen him in. It's a pretty prime spot, and he had to get up pretty early in the morning. Still kind of extremely skinny with that feathery, lank kind of chin goatee, and his kind of very thick arching eyebrows. And he seems to be locked in a very heated argument with an elderly gentleman who keeps threatening to hit him with his stick. And as you near, you hear Carl say, "The price is the price, and that is the end of the story. Now, if you will either buy it or leave, so that I may serve my many other customers." And the man is just like, "That is a ridiculous price," and like swiping at the things on Carl's stand, and Carl kind of tries to sort of catch them and damage control as much as he can. And you see like a couple guards kind of sigh and like begin slowly making their way over, hoping it will resolve itself before they have to step in.
Should we interrupt?
We are one of his many other customers.
I mean, I'm probably his favorite customer.
It will maybe ingratiate him to us a little bit. And Abrashmina will kind of loop arms with Bryn and step forward and say, "Excuse me."
And Carl sort of like turns slowly, but the old man like spins and his like staff kind of like swings very close to your faces. "What do you want?"
We wish to speak to the potion seller.
Meh. Well, you'd be better going somewhere else.
Oh?
This man is a thief, a daylight robber. And he like kind of like pokes between you with his stick to like nudge either of you aside, and then like walks between you very purposefully. And Carl kind of turns back to you both and says, "My apologies. Oh." And he turns and his eye finally catches Bryn.
Brandon just grin back at him.
He lets out like a really deep sigh, like, "This fucking day. What can I
So-
do for you?"
Well, we thought the quality of your potions was so great, and you gave us
Mhm.
such a fantastic deal. We
Mhm.
thought we'd, come back and see if we can do a little more business.
Mhm.
We've got coin, you've got potions.
Mhm.
I hear you also have other things.
Lots of other things. Now, is there something specific you're looking for, or
Yes. Yes, there is.
what is it?
We are searching for potions of fire resistance.
Fire resistance, Hmm. Let me have a look. He kind of digs in and he says, like, kind of in several crates and packages. And he pulls them out and he says, "Well, I have several types of potions of fire resistance. I have this potion, which will last you 1 minute. This potion, which will last you 10 minutes. This potion, which will last you 1 hour. This potion, which will last you 10 hours. This potion that will last you 1 day."
Let me guess, the next one is 10 days?
Don't be stupid, that is a ridiculous amount of time.
Is it really, though?
It is.
I guess you're the expert.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, the only person that would need an entire day's worth of fire resistance would be a blacksmith, and it would probably be much more cost efficient for them to use gloves, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Abrashmina kind of grins at Qual.
He does not look impressed.
I mean, if you're gonna fight a dragon.
She totally takes like a hit to her her charisma score, just takes a blow to her confidence.
I don't think the fight should take too long, so
Mhm. How much for the one that is 10 minutes?
For 10 minutes, this is 623 gold pieces.
623.
Correct.
that's just such an oddly specific number. Why not go like 620 or like 625 or
Are you questioning
sure-
the? Are you
I'm
questioning
sure
my
he has
prices?
it all. I'm sure he has it all accounted for with the cost of ingredients and labor. He seems like a very put together shopkeeper. innkeeper.
He gives you like a very appraising stare. Average meaning like, what's her angle here, kind of thing.
Abrahmina just smiles politely.
Yes, 623.
How much is the one that lasts for 1 minute?
544.
Now, I am not an herbalist myself,
Mm-hmm.
but I do wonder why the cost per minute seems to go down so drastically. 1 minute is 500 gold, and then 10 minutes is 623 gold.
1 minute is 544 gold.
I guess that makes it better.
I,
Oh,
I,
I'm sorry.
I was estimating, but thank you for correcting me. Or generalizing.
Mm-hmm.
What makes if 10 minutes is 623 gold,
Mm-hmm.
why is 1 minute not 1/10 of that?
Because both of the potions take the same amount of time to make.
So is it not more cost efficient for you then, as the potion maker, to only make ones that last for 10 minutes? How much is the one that lasts for an hour?
An hour?
Mm-hmm.
1,723 gold pieces.
I think I know what's happening here. I think
Mhm.
you're just bad at math.
Well, if you would like to go somewhere else for your potions, that would be most favorable to me.
Would it? But then
Mhm.
that is money that you are not earning.
Well, that doesn't matter. It is
Are
about
you
the
sure?
principle.
What? The principle
Are
is
you going to
gold in
buy a
your
potion or
pocket.
not?
Not with you talking to me like that.
Well, then go
Why are you
somewhere
so
else for your
hostile?
potions.
Why are? Is there
Cannot-
anyone else around that I can see?
Make a perception check.
Yes, I got this. Fuck you, dice. That is going to be a 15.
So you look around. You can see a couple potions here or there in like general kind of stores, but you can't see any other potion stalls, and you get the impression that he wouldn't be able to make such kind of bullshit prices if he was if he had any real competition.
Can I look over his stall for like any sort of signs that he is affiliated with like the Six Eyes or anything like that?
Ooh, yeah. Make me an investigation check.
Oh, that would be an 18.
Okay. You don't see any signs of particular affiliation, though. Like all the crates that he has are emblazoned with this like swan and bow symbol.
Mm-hmm. Do I recognize that symbol?
You can make me a history check.
Oh boy.
Checks on checks.
Checks on checks on checks on checks. You said history, you said?
I did say history. I did.
Okay. Not as good. That is only a 7.
No, you don't recognize it.
Well, it is a shame that the prices are not more reasonable. We had quite a few that we wished to purchase, but does not seem like these will be within a reasonable price range for us.
Mm-hmm.
And he seems content at that.
He seems like he's expecting the other shoe to drop, i.e. you to come in with like a lowball offer.
Succeed that we need 4 of these for a fight in the Vakar that we will be participating in soon. I don't suppose that we could have a discount in exchange for perhaps getting you a seat in one of the boxes.
I will give you a discount if you purchase from me 10 potions.
What sort of discount are you offering in exchange for us buying 10 potions?
Depends on the potions. But we say 10% of the lot. That is a good price.
But you'll be having us buy more potions than we were accounting for. How about 15%?
Make me a persuasion check.
Do I have any sort of advantage for my flattery earlier?
No.
Damn it. Oh, fuck. Let me just throw that on the floor. Try again. That is a 14 plus 6 for 20.
15% if you buy 10 potions.
How many, like, what's the cheapest potion he has?
Do you say that so that he can hear it?
No.
I didn't think so.
I don't know. I'm not sure if we can afford 10 potions at that price.
No, I don't think we can either. I mean, I think we're just gonna have to go this the old-fashioned way, which is trying not to burn.
Do we have to purchase all 10 potions at once?
Yes.
We do.
Right now.
Okay. Can we say that we got some earnings from the Mirage before we left?
Yeah,
And-
I think it's been about, to be fair, I think it's been about a week since I gave you any earnings.
I think maybe 4 days, 5, since we've gotten the earnings. But
Let's
if you
just
want
go
to give
with
us
a
a whole
week.
week, if you want to give us a whole week, I won't.
Okay,
I will
4
not lie.
days, sure.
Stop negotiating.
I'm trying to be honest with the DM.
Stop negotiating. Everybody said we think, so we understand that there's an air of mystery.
Hey, but by me being honest, maybe he'll be more generous in the future. I believe in karma, Jade.
Yeah, 4 days is fine. That's fine.
That's real fine.
So, let me just look at my... okay. Yeah. Then you, in 4 days, have made... okay. Uh, 2,020 gold pieces.
2020?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. And the 500, 623 and 544.
Yeah,
Right?
that was his starting price for those two.
Okay. What would that be with the discount?
I mean, you haven't haggled.
I mean, he did just agree to 15% off.
The
Yeah.
lot. Then can we haggle the price?
I was expecting you to, because
Oh, okay.
both
okay,
of those are, like, relative price region for the potion that lasts an hour of
Mhm.
that same variety, so it's ridiculous.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I figured.
Yeah.
Um,
He just makes the prices up off the top of his head so that you haggle with him.
Oh, he likes to haggle.
well, last time he had a book with the prices written down, so
Yeah, but
Well,
now
Apparently
he's
he
dealing
left
with
decided to
Bryn.
go off book.
he left his catalog at home. All
No, he
right.
didn't.
Either way, okay then. What other potions do you have? We have need of healing potions.
I have many healing potions. I have potions that make you fast, potions that make you hasted, potions that heal you, potions that cure ills, potions that can turn you into various animals, potions that can make you think everything you can see is a dream, potions that turn you into
I believe that
moonlight,
is called ale.
potions that send you to a different random plane, potions that make you dance forever, potions that turn you into a horse that can be ridden by someone else who takes a potion of giant because it's a giant horse, potions that can make you feel religious. I have potions that can make you see through illusions, potions that can make you never see through illusions, potions that can make you feel weak and almost dead, poisons that can kill you, poisons that can paralyze you, poisons that can make you feel a little bit sick but not too sick. I have poisons that can actually heal you for a little while and then kill you 5 minutes later. I have potions that can make rope come out of your fingers so that you can climb things, but that one is still in testing. I have potions that can bring you back to life as long as you died under 7 days ago but over 6.5 days ago. I have potions that can I have potions that can turn the person on your left into a green person on your left. This is my favorite potion.
But it's only on the left, though, right?
Only on the left.
Okay.
A warning about that potion: do not drink it unless you have someone on your left. If you have no one, you will see demons.
Well, that sounds wonderful.
All right.
I have potions of scrying. I have potions that can make you turn upside down forever.
The potion that allows you to see through illusions. How long does that last?
That one lasts an hour.
How much is that one?
Let me see. Scroll, pulls out a catalog. It's kind of hiding the catalog from you a little bit. That potion, that will run you 464 gold pieces.
And the healing potions, a strong healing potion.
Well, the strongest one I have 4 of those. Like pulls them out and they're very big. They're like almost a pint of liquid.
They look similar to the one that Makut had to use.
These are supremes.
Yes. So okay, how much for one of these?
These are 800 gold pieces apiece.
Okay. Now we need 4 of the potions of fire resistance.
Okay.
I know that for a fact. We'll can take one for. I do not think that it is reasonable that for the price difference between the 1 minute and the 10 minute. So either we will take the 10-minute potion for 300 gold, or we will take 1 minute potions for 100 gold pieces apiece.
150 or 400. I think this is fair.
150 gold pieces apiece for 4 of the 1 minute fire resistance potions.
Correct.
Abrashmina will look at Bryn.
I mean, I I'd like to get them down to about 60 apiece, but I don't think we'll get there.
125.
Yeah.
We are buying 4, and we are also buying 6 other potions.
Okay, this is a deal. He pulls out 4 like test tube sized ones and kind of like gets out like a small kind of waste wooden crate and kind of puts them in.
Okay. So we need 6 more potions.
Let's get some healing potions.
Yes. As a group, how many healing potions do we have? I have
Let me check.
1.
I have a couple. I think.
I have
I
1
can also
regular.
make basic healing potions, so don't buy them.
Okay, not the basic ones then. Yeah.
Yeah, I
have
can.
one
I can make us a few.
I have 1 greater and 1 healing potion.
Okay.
I don't have any healing potions.
Well,
I
then,
Maybe I
know.
don't have any anymore. Actually.
I'm pretty sure we at least gave everyone a basic healing potion
I
at
might
some
have
point.
taken it though,
Oh.
Yeah, I have 1 greater.
because I think
Yeah.
I got pretty fucked up fighting Colo and had to take a potion.
Yeah, you did because you ran into a room and took it.
Yeah.
I remember this. Because you did your defensive flare and took a potion or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we will take. How much for a greater healing potion?
A greater one.
Mm-hmm.
This
Not
is
this big boy.
This is 400
but-
gold pieces,
Okay.
and the superior is 600.
Oh, that went down 200. Did you hear that?
I know.
No, because the supreme is 800, the superior is 600, the greater is 400. and the healing is
Ah, okay. I misunderstood.
200.
So wait, hold on. 800
8642.
superior. Okay. Great. I forgot that there's a superior.
He is like
Superiors.
well underselling those.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Mhm.
is.
Like
Yes.
humongously. Okay.
Yeah. We might actually have to pick up a couple of those.
Yeah. Sorry, I am doing maths. Mm-hmm. I kind of almost don't want to haggle with him on those because those are really good prices.
I mean, you can haggle and see what you can do.
Yeah. Let's see. We will take 2 greater healing potions at 300 gold pieces each.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. 400 is the minimum.
400, 350.
When I said 400 is the minimum, that was not invitation to haggle further.
I mean, it
Apology.
actually kind of was.
400
Oh, wait.
minimum.
Sorry?
Is the superior a minimum of 600, or can we
Correct.
take 2 for 500?
No.
And the supreme,
800.
there is no room to haggle on those as well?
No.
Then, in that case,
I mean, we can't get 2 of the. What is it? The highest ones are superior, supremes?
supreme.
We can't get 2 of those for 1,300?
You cannot. I'm already offering you discounts.
Yes, we are getting a discount at the end.
I get that, but I thought that was what we were supposed to do.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're doing great. You're doing great.
You know you're not.
She is doing Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we could always leave here and you would get no 100 gold.
And you would get no potions.
I mean, there's other potion sellers here.
Uh-huh.
I see them. I literally look, and she'll like point to a stall. I literally see potions over there.
How about the potion that allows you to see through illusions for 1 hour?
Yes.
Could we get one of those for 150 gold pieces?
What the materials cost 250 plus the man hours. Got to say 300 on this one.
Has it been tested before?
Yes.
There is a
Lies.
certificate, there is a certificate of guarantee.
I lost it actually.
How about you let me take a little sample, one that will allow me for it to work for, say, a minute. My associate Bryn here will cast an illusion, and I will see if I can see through it.
Okay, how about I give you the potion for 175 gold pieces?
150 gold pieces.
Persuasion check.
I mean, we could tell the guards that you're selling potions without certificates.
With advantage.
Thank you. I mean, that was a very good roll that I had there, but thank you. That is a 22.
Fine, but keep that to yourself.
Okay. So 125 for an illusion potion. Okay.
I'm keeping score.
I'm sure you are.
Okay, so if we get four potions of fire resistance for 125, one illusion potion for 125, and then two
Whoa.
greater.
You're changing prices here.
That is what you just agreed to.
150 for the illusion.
The fire
wasn't it?
resistance were 150. This is why I'm
That's
keeping
right.
score, because
No.
thieves
No,
like
they
you
were-
come
they
to
were
steal my
150.
potions.
Excuse me, sir. We agreed on 125.
We did not.
We agreed
did.
on
We
125.
absolutely did not.
Yes, actually, we actually 100% did, Rob.
125, 150 for the fire resistance ones.
That's
I
what Mina said, and then Bryn said 125, and you said this is deal, but it depends
I didn't hear
whether you
Bryn.
account for
That's
what
my
you
bad
said.
then.
Okay.
yeah. And then so 'cause,
I
yeah,
have them down as 150.
I wrote them down as 150, and then Bryn told me to try again. So I tried again, and you had me roll persuasion check and got it at 125.
I thought that was for the illusion one we just did.
I did that for both.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
Did-
125 if you made the check then.
Yeah. So that is a total of 2,950 gold before our agreed upon discount of
Wait,
15%.
why? What healing potions are you buying, sorry?
Oh, yeah, that's right. You interrupted me as I was listing them. Two greater, two superior, one supreme. So 2, 2, 1.
2 great, 2 superior, and 1
One
supreme.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Before our agreed upon discount, which puts our total at 2,507 gold and 5 silver. Is this correct?
Let me just check. It won't be 2 seconds. How much did you say before the thing?
2,950.
Not sure I agree.
700 and yeah. Oh, let me try my math again, because it was 125 times 5, and then 400, 400, 600, 600, 8. Oh, I fucked that up. 4. Damn it! I keep forgetting to go. Okay. 4, 4, 6, 6, 8 plus 750. Oh, maybe I was wrong. What did I do? Did I get that math?
I
right?
have 3,425.
Oh, I see. I missed one of my superior potions. That's what I did.
Okay.
That was 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. So that So I had 3,550 the second time around.
Well, that's more than I've got. I don't know what you're doing.
I don't know what I'm doing then either.
Oh my god.
He's
Three-
at 3425.
3,425. Yeah.
And with the discount?
2,911.
And no silver or anything like that?
0.25, but fuck that.
Okay, what? It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Right. 2,911. Do you have that on you?
How much do we have?
Well, apparently 2,050-ish profits, though we've been splitting everything even.
2,020.
We are
Okay.
splitting these
I
potions.
did say
even.
ish.
We are splitting these potions evenly.
I mean, I
you've-
have gold to cover if we need. If we have the two.
Like, yeah, if you want me to split the 2020, then there's no way that Aberashmina can afford the carryover if we're splitting the takes 4 ways, which we have not really done. And it's like most of it has been going back into the thing. Or the last time we took profit, we gave it to Bryn to do potion shopping. Anyways, 220 divided by 4 would be 505. If we're gonna do it like that.
I mean, I don't think you can afford it if you're not splitting it, but just...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like, what if I'm like buying stuff? If we're buying stuff for the party, why would I split up party money before going to buy stuff for the party?
Okay, but also we haven't had that much in terms of input on it. And you're buying 11 potions, right? Not the 10?
10,
For the
no,
deal?
10 potions.
4 fire resistance, 1 sea illusion, 2 greater, 2 superior, or supreme.
That's
10. 10.
Okay.
4 plus 1 is 5. 2 plus 2 plus 1 is 5.
Thanks, Rob.
5
Thanks.
plus 5 is 10.
Okay, fine.
End
Then...
the scene.
I mean, dude, you get
Yeah,
a second nighttime campaign all to yourself, so...
True.
Yeah, okay, so everyone put 505 into their inventory then, and then I'll figure out how to afford this now.
I
This is a
haven't.
one-time
Spend the
deal.
money.
I mean, then why bring it up?
Because I thought that's what we'd been doing previously, and it wasn't previously discussed prior to you taking this money, was all.
Hey guys, you mind if we take the money that's in the kitty to go buy potions?
Sure.
And see.
Good.
Christ.
How much are we short after the 2020?
Jesus. How much do I owe now? Yeah, okay. 2,911. Mina's got the extra. Mina's at 435 gold now.
Do you want to split that?
No, I want the scene over.
Also, part of the reason I asked was I was going to put money in because Makood's put money into every buying scene he's been a part of, but Makood is asleep somewhere, leaning against a building.
Makuda's having a flex off with the blacksmith over at the way.
I was going to like be telling the guards about his adventures in killing people, but
That was
see how that goes down.
Very well. So, are we going to go meet Declan now? So we can play some
Yeah.
D&D? Very well.
Yeah, Declan would finish up his training. Is Eli still in the Mirage by chance?
No, he headed out fairly soon after them.
Okay. Then yeah, I will head over to the preordained meeting place.
So you guys meet...
So
oh yeah?
just for your awareness, Declan's gonna wear his Ashari garb, with like a face covering so that only his eyes are visible, more or less.
Okay. So you guys meet under like a clump of 3 palm trees next to like the town kind of well that sits at the center of the market square. And the kind of the surreptitious group of you meet up and make your way towards the palace district.
On the way there, Declan will say, "Is there any financial contribution you would like for your potion acquisitions?"
It was 2,911 gold for the potions. From the Mirage, there was 2,020 gold. So that was about, give or take, 700 that I put in from my own funds. You may contribute as you wish. I do not require it.
No, it's not a problem. He'll quickly take out 3 sacks with 100 gold each and give you 300 gold.
Declan no longer has pretend breasts in his dress.
That's right. My
Doing the-
boobies.
Doing the fucking Robin Hood.
Who drops a larger sack of 200 gold in one single sack?
They come from underneath his shorts.
It's bigger, it's more money.
Exactly.
Okay.
No, but in by Makoud's logic, that was 3 bags of gold. So
Oh.
is it 3 times as much gold as that was in his single big bag? Or does Makoud understand size is better than quantity in this case?
Size
It's
is always
abstract
better.
until he can hold it. In his hand.
Everything Makoud ever know is coming apart at the seams. This is Makoud's midlife crisis.
But yes, the potion of supreme healing should go to Makoud. Makoud.
Pretty bottle.
Ooh, pretty. Yes,
then-
muy pretty.
1 potion of fire resistance to everyone. Ambrosmina would like to hold on to the potion of true seeing or illusion-y stuff.
See-through illusion.
See-through illusion. That leaves the 2 greater and the 2
So you said,
supreme.
I'm sorry, I had to yell at my dog. So what are we getting?
Everyone is getting a potion of fire resistance. Makoud is getting the supreme healing potion, and that leaves us 2 greater, 2 supreme.
Take one of the greater.
I'll take the other greater. That will leave another supreme healing for Bryn. And Bryn, would you like both potions, both supreme potions, or would you like to split with Makoud so it's 1-1?
We can go 1-1.
I do already have one, if you wanted
Okay.
both.
Okay, I'll take both then.
Yes, she didn't have any. It's trying to even everyone out.
Right. So, as you guys continue along the path towards the Palace District, you sort of move through a couple of the streets, and you
So
see.
Declan is being particularly observant, trying to see if anyone's watching them other than, they're obviously a bit of a spectacle, but he's trying to see if they're being tailed or
Cool.
observed.
Make me a perception check.
Betcha. Natural 20.
Okay. You see
Aren't I special?
3 things. The first is you see a couple of Six Eyes guys kind of walk past, give you the normal nod that they do.
Mm-hmm.
The second,
Like people we recognize, or just kind of like mooks?
just mooks, but mooks you recognize. They're always around, but you know they sort of just spend a lot of time kind of sitting around the city, and because they know you, they sort of might like follow you for a little bit, but in a sort of keep they stay like 100 feet back, but they're there in case shit goes down.
Gotcha. Protectively.
Yeah. They're not trying to talk to you. They're not trying to get involved with what you're doing. They're like, if these guys get jumped right now, I'm here and I'm getting involved.
Cool.
And that generally happens whenever you go to the more public places in the city, like the market and the Palace District and stuff. There's always a couple hanging around. And you know, like, you know, Six Eyes can be swarming a place in a matter of minutes. You see another figure, black robed, kind of start crossing the market kind of towards you guys as if to follow, but then kind of sees like Six Eyes hanging around and kind of does like a wide turn and heads back in a different direction.
I'm sorry. You said he begins to follow us, and then he sees something and turns around.
Yeah, he sees the Six Eyes
I see. Okay.
and then turns around. And
Can I give like a hand sign to one of the Six Eyes to follow that guy?
yeah, so if you like turn and kind of nod to one of the Six Eyes and point out that guy, he will do the sort of like this fairly standard Six Eyes motion that you've seen, where he just like touches his left eyebrow, which is sort of like acknowledged. I've seen what you're saying, and just kind of turns and like fades into the alley.
Okay.
You also see, actually, you see Eli. He has not seen you though, and you see him kind of jumping over the fence of one of the kind of smaller mansions towards the market side of the palace district. And he sort of disappears. And I'm actually going to roll forward that natural 20 to another thing. As you kind of take a few more steps, you round a corner and you see there's a fairly scruffy looking dude just sitting counting coins in his hand. And you guys get to kind of like 40, 50 feet away, and he kind of looks up and you see he sees you. His eyes go very wide and he just goes, "Oh fuck," and turns and runs into the alley.
I'm taking off after him.
Okay.
Do we recognize this man?
No. I don't think you would.
Also, once I enter the alley, the mask goes on.
Cool.
And if I can find a way to like cut him off by running through a couple walls, that's what I'll do.
Yeah, definitely. He's kind of like snaking through the alleys in a fairly predictable way, trying to lose you. You can sort of phase through houses. Make me just a quick like grapple check for when you get to him. You'll catch up to him,
Sure.
No problem.
You got it.
With
This
my
man-
double athletics proficiency.
This is just a weird man that was counting coin that's decided
was.
to run when he saw us.
It was.
A scruffy dude counting
dude.
coins. Who
It
goes
looks,
wide-eyed
it looks
and
like
goes,
someone
"Oh,
you'd
fuck."
see like
And then
hanging around like shitty bars and doing whatever work he can, maybe on the docks or whatever.
18 is my athletics check.
Okay. So you absolutely demolish him. You catch up to him, grab hold, slam up against the wall, whatever it is, take him down.
Why so fearful, friend?
You can see he's got like this kind of long hair that's pulled into like a messy bun at the back of his head, and a sort of a beard that's born out of not caring for himself and not shaving rather than wanting a beard. And he's got these kind of wild eyes, and he's like, "No, please don't kill me, please don't kill me."
Your life is not in danger unless there is cause for it to be. Why did you run?
I fucking know you guys.
And who are we?
You're the ones who killed all those people in the scum weasel.
And how do you know the scum weasel?
That's where I fucking drink, man. Those are my friends.
And who was it that told you that it was we?
My fucking eyes.
Who was it that you saw kill those men?
You guys, you came out, and then, I don't know, you sort of hung around a bit, went back in, and then, when I went to see, everyone was fucking dead.
Wait. Who went back in?
I don't know.
Describe them.
Like tall, I think they had like a black shirt on, like a headband maybe. I
A
thought-
man, a woman, armed,
Uh,
unarmed.
I mean, they were armed. They had a sword. Maybe. I think maybe a woman or like a man who's a bit skinny. I don't know. I don't really remember. It's one of you, but you guys killed them all.
Are we there?
No.
No, you wouldn't be there yet.
Okay.
You'll be there, I'm gonna say, in about 20 seconds.
Declan's processing really quickly. Run for your life right now.
Okay. He like kind of scrabbles out from under you and just takes off.
I'll go back down the alley towards the party.
See
And
Declan
remove
around
my
the
mask.
corner.
What was that all about?
There's a very long stare at Bryn. A man who rightly fears us. He is of no threat.
All right.
Shall we continue?
Yeah.
Very well. And so, as you all head into the Palace District, you know it's about kind of 10 to 20.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rob. Can I really quick insight check that guy retroactively?
Sure.
If it's necessary, I don't know. 18.
He's telling the truth, but you think like it was a pretty traumatizing memory, and you know
Yeah.
witnesses are super unreliable.
For sure.
He doesn't know that he was lying, but you can't put much stock in the specifics.
Got it. Okay.
So you see, yeah.
Could we take a quick break there?
Yeah, I'm good to take a break
Thanks.
there. Cool.
All right, I'll be right back.
Threw me a bone there, Rob. He's still there. You're gone.
I think he's gone.
That's good, though. I was going to try to bring this whole thing to a head this session anyway. It's getting a little drawn out.
Well, we'll see.
Very well.
Who is left alive to fight the Bot Hydra?
I mean, Declan's not going to hurt anybody. It's going to come down to, well, we'll see. We should probably have some meta conversations about how we want the game to look, though, going forward. Because, keeping a party together, like, especially with Declan being who he is, like, despite such a high level of deception and dishonesty and unethical behavior, is, it stretches the lines of, suspend your disbelief for me, personally.
Fair enough. I mean, he did just... take that situation into his own hands and not share it with the party, so he's not entirely above board. Also, there's a scruffy-looking guy who is at the Scum Weasel, and we know everyone who's at the Scum Weasel supposedly is a Slaver Colo man, and he was counting his gold. You didn't ask at all about his business. But,
That's true.
you could have just let criminal go.
It's possible.
Yeah.
Declan's main concern was getting him involved. If his instincts are correct, and he doesn't know if they are, that this guy's life could be in danger. He doesn't actually know what he's dealing with, right?
Probably.
So that's why he let him go.
I know. I realize why you might have done it, because it'll put a target on him, possibly. But
right.
Still,
at this point he has suspicions, and if his suspicions are correct, he doesn't. Like, the why of it is huge. how dangerous is this person? Like, what can I trust them at all?
Sure.
So he's got to play it close to his chest until he's ready to show his cards.
I'm going to be right back.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thanks, man.
Looks like the main event might be Declan versus Bryn at this rate.
I was like, he's just letting it go. We're not going to talk. Okay, I guess not.
Well, I mean, if Declan's suspicions are he doesn't have enough information to know what's going on, or
Yeah. Okay.
if his suspicions are correct and Bryn did this, then the question is why? Who does she work for? Is she dangerous? Is she going to kill this man? How might she twist this? Like, it's better to protect that information until he has more evidence and can present it.
Yeah. Who does she work for? That's where Declan would go
Who
for.
does number 2 work for?
I mean, it's not what made her decide to do that. It couldn't possibly be like, the visions of them being slavers and torturing people that, made her think that these people weren't worth
Well, first of all, we didn't know those people were slavers. The bartender wasn't a slaver; he was a bartender who served slavers.
what those other guys
and
definitely
now
were.
the issue is more than just, Bryn killed some people, right? It was she killed people that Declan deliberately spared, right? So now his word is meaningless, which is a big deal for him. And then since he's been investigating it, she has on several occasions now deliberately deceived him. So there's a huge gap of trust that, as far as Declan is concerned, is probably never going to be overcome.
Yeah, I just think it's weird that he would jump to who does she work for, not.
Well, he's not jumping to that. He
Okay.
He honestly doesn't know, right?
Yeah.
So if he can't trust her, then he's not ready to share that information yet.
Yeah. He's like, couldn't possibly be that we just escaped from a prison after being betrayed by who we thought were guards that were going to be on our side.
Yeah, but I mean that's not an excuse for murder.
I mean, we were also about to like go into the desert after their boss, and she might have, not wanted them to know that to know that we were coming.
Sure, but that seems like making a lot of excuses for bad behavior, right?
I feel like you're maybe
Mm,
having this before it's
Yeah. Okay.
due,
So yeah, probably.
but not a problem.
We'll get to it.
I'm just saying, I understand why Brent did it.
I mean, as a player, I understand too. She's playing a character. She's playing a character, and that's what she thought her character would do.
Yeah.
We had just had a conversation though about how important it is to trust each other and operate as a unit.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll get to it.
For sure. That might have been me deliberately planting stuff to come up in said confrontation, but
And of course, none of this is personal. This is all just part of the game.
Crickets.
I mean, not personal for me. I don't know.
no, I was looking at some other stuff.
I like Jade. Declan doesn't like Bryn.
I mean, he likes her whenever she's useful for him.
Stop having the argument now.
Save it for the game.
Sorry.
The fuck is?
Can't help it. It's been like months coming.
It hasn't even really been that long,
It really has, though.
has it?
In game or out of game?
Yeah, since you killed those people, it's been a month or two.
In game or out of game?
I mean, in game, it's been a month or two as
In-game
well,
is-
right?
In
I
game,
think
been
it's
like a month and a
probably
half.
been that close.
It's
Probably
been like
close to that.
because it was like right before we went after the preacher, and we were a week there, a week back. We spent maybe a week and a half back now, or a week back. So almost a month since that's happened. We
Yeah.
were real raw after the prison whenever that happened. Declan might not remember. Mina does.
Sorry? Remember what?
We were real raw after like the prison whenever that happened. That was like our first night back.
Mm-hmm.
Real raw?
Raw, as
Emotionally
Emotionally.
raw.
in yeah,
It was a tough time.
yeah.
People were pissed.
That was the day that Abrachmila was hugging people to feel better, and she never touches people.
It was.
Well, it'll be good, juicy drama, that's for sure.
Yeah, if Rob would come back so we could have it.
I don't think we're gonna have it, are we? It sounds like Declan's got to put some more pieces together. Hey, that's. I'm not putting words in his mouth, but that's what it sounded like to me. I don't
Yeah.
I could have just said to you as we're walking away, did he have a family?
One can only assume.
Do not worry, I have returned. Everything will be okay.
Will it though? Will it?
Yeah, I don't know.
So we go for a lovely stroll.
Is
through-
everyone back? Well, you just wait.
Yeah, we're waiting on you,
So,
psychopath.
okay. Right.
I'm sorry, I'm real fighty today, apparently.
Yeah, that was out of the blue. Everybody dies?
Sorry.
That would
Did
save
Rock-
us a very awkward conversation.
I
That's
don't
fine.
care because I'm apparently a psychopath, so goodbye. No. So, you all head into the Palace District. It's about 20 to 15 kind of streets lined with houses of varying degrees of grandeur and opulence. What's the plan? Just
Abrashmina is going to take out
Declan shouts, "Has anybody seen a Bella?"
ha ha ha. Abrashmina takes out their holy symbol and will cast locate creature
okay.
and will name the creature Abella.
How long does that last?
It lasts for an hour and
Oh,
has
okay.
a range of 1,000 feet.
Okay.
There is some other stipulations to the spell, so let me pull it up real quick so that I can read them to you.
So it would only probably take about 2 hours to walk through all the Palace District.
Okay. The spell cannot locate a creature if running water at least 10 feet wide blocks a direct path between you and the creature, and if they are in a different form, such as under the effects of a polymorph spell, then the spell will not locate the creature.
Okay. So, the first hour passes. You travel up and down the streets, but find nothing. Do you cast it again?
Yes, I have 2 4th level spells, so I will cast it twice.
So, you're getting towards the end of the second hour when finally you feel the spell take hold. You turn towards the house that you feel that Abella is inside. It is enormous. The largest house probably in the city. This huge, white, opulent mansion with small little pools of water that all trickle into one another through little streams over which a network of bridges forms the garden. You see that there are like peacocks chained inside the grounds on like very long chains that are very kind of light. They almost look like string, but they kind of strut about the place. You also see that sitting, lounging under a very large like set of palm trees next to one of the pools is a tiger with a collar on. This tiger is enormous, like probably comes up to like Declan or Abrashmina's kind of chest at the shoulder, and is just kind of lounging itself, staying out of the sun and keeping cool. You see these huge golden gates, barred closed, and like hedges with spiked gates inside the hedges, sort of disguising. The hedges kind of disguise the somewhat brutalistic nature of these fences, unless you look really close. And you see that the door is shut, but it's like a set of double doors, and there's these two kind of like tiger's head sort of knockers on the doors. Abrashmina, you would know whose house this is immediately. He's pretty much the richest man in Ashar, including some of the moon elves. This is the home of Shal Jawad al-Hashemi, which I'll put in the chat for you.
Thank you.
You know that he is a banker, and like you walk past his bank all the time. It's this huge kind of white building with tiger motifs just everywhere.
Have I been spelling shal wrong this entire time and you haven't corrected me?
Yeah, I mean, among other things.
think I've been spelling it like that.
This whole entire time, I have only had one H.
Like, one day you'll learn that if someone is Callan, there is no U in that. But, you know. I am very appreciative of the recaps you write and don't just want to, like, pull you up on everything because I don't want to make you stop writing them. So, yeah. It's fine.
Abrashmina will share the Shaw's name with the group. Shal Jawad Al Hashimi. Say it one more time.
Shal Jawad al-Hashemi.
Hashimi.
Jawad.
Jawad Al Hashimi. He's the banker.
I'm guessing he's been to some of the games or the after parties before.
Definitely. He's one of the, like, has a private box that is only his.
Sure.
And is all decorated with tiger skin, probably.
So Makud probably vaguely knows the name, might recognize the person type thing.
Yeah, you definitely recognize his face. Don't know how attentive Makud is to names and whatnot, but he's definitely someone who's, like, seen every one of your matches.
Does Abrashmina... Has Abrashmina had personal dealings with this man, or does she just recognize him?
No.
Okay.
This man has a somewhat reputation of being not anti-religious, but kind of nihilistic. He doesn't really give a shit about anything, and just enjoys his very easy life.
It explains why he enjoys the Bakar, perhaps more than time with religious types. Do I know anything about him?
Make me a history check.
Like, maybe I have not dealt with him personally, but maybe someone else has and told me about it. Oh, that is a no. 4.
No, not anything beyond what I've already told you, I'm afraid.
Is that worth using my inspiration on? I'll go ahead.
Every session.
I mean,
I know. You don't have
if
to
we
talk
still
me
have
into
time,
it.
there's a pot hydra thing that
Oh,
might be happening.
I rolled it anyway, so
Okay.
that's too late. But for nothing, it was an 8.
Yeah, nothing else,
Okay.
I'm afraid.
So,
well.
Declan is a bit lost in thought, but sort of snaps to once you say the guy's name. And says, "Well, apparently he's quite a successful banker. Is it possible that the easiest course of action might be to negotiate with him? What do you know of him?"
He is a bit of a nihilist. Do I know anything other besides that, other than he's got a hard-on for orange and black? All
Nothing
these tiger
because of that
things.
role, I'm afraid.
Okay. That's mostly by reputation. I never had any dealings with him personally.
We could attempt to, if she is in fact still a slave, we could attempt to buy her freedom.
Could. I have a feeling he is a banker, so whatever price he pays for her, he'll expect a profit. He would probably not be letting her go out of the goodness of his heart.
Can Makud just roll like... I'm just going to roll like an insight thing to see if he's...
You can
Nope.
even roll a history check if you want to
If you want.
try and have remembered him.
That's a 10, which for Makud isn't bad, but... but
Better than me now.
The only thing else that you would get is that you know for a fact he owns slaves because you've seen him with them.
Sure. With him coming to all the games and stuff and how he's been described, with the relatively successful history check with Makud, I think Makud is going to sort of like put a hand against one of the bars of the gate. Not like to push it open or something, he's just kind of leaning against it. With that much money, he might not care for more.
Agreed. And on second consideration, if he is a man who fully embraces slavery, he will not be likely to negotiate with those who seek its end publicly. I could come back tonight or tomorrow. Tonight I had hoped to go to the docks again, but this does take priority. I could come back and attempt to steal away inside the mansion to see if I can find her.
I meant that he might accept something rather than money, but that works too.
So Makud, as you lean against the gate, you hear the doors to his home open, and you see two men come out jogging towards the gate, and you see like a woman behind them, dressed the same as them in like very light chainmail. They all have long swords, which long swords in a Shah means Barracudos. And the two men
I'd like to try to stealth away.
Okay, make me a stealth check.
Hopefully if they notice me. Yeah. 25.
Okay, you do get away.
Okay.
And you hear them kind of run up and say, hey, you, away! And they're like pointing at Makud.
He like rounds on them a little bit, or like turns towards the gate. You would shoo away Amaotu, champion of the Vikar?
You see no indication of recognition on their face, and absolutely no sign of it being intimidated by you. And they say, this is the house of Shal al-Hashemi. You will leave this place now. You are not invited.
He's still talking to them, and he's still got his hand very firmly on the gate.
Yeah. Their hands are
and
on their
he's
sword
kind
hilts.
of like staring down at them.
I'm sorry, we just recently got here, and I asked my friends to show me around, and I wanted to see the finest house.
We'll go somewhere
leaving
else.
now. We're working on it. Let's go, friend.
There's like a little bit of a, raised hackle, kind of like his teeth locked. Tell the Shal I shall see him at the opening. And he kind of like heavily lifts off the gate.
Yeah.
Like, again, not intimidated at all by them either.
You see...
May I have a quick question?
Are you asking the...
No,
directors?
I'm asking
Okay,
you.
Sure.
How far into the estate do I sense Abella?
She's currently underground.
She is beneath the estate.
Yes.
Can I tell how far?
Just like the cellar, one floor below.
Okay.
So you
Like
see...
deep into the complex or near the edge?
Fairly near the front.
Fairly near the front.
Probably about like 120 feet from you, including the driveway or the garden and everything. You see one of the Barracudos like turns and runs and kind of whispers in the ear of the captain, who stands at the back, and she kind of like cocks her head to the side. Makud, you may have seen her. She like is never not by the Shal's side, and then sort of says something.
Right now.
I mean, she's in the same house. She says something to the Barracudos guy, who runs back and then speaks to his partner, and they sort of turn back and say...
I was hoping that I could phase through the wall with that stealth check and read their lips.
I mean, it's not a stone wall.
Oh,
The
okay.
fence
Well,
in
then
the
can I
bush.
just see through it?
Not really. It's a bush. Like, you can see through the gate, but it's a pretty thick hedge. You could go...
Okay.
You could try and go under it.
Yeah, if I think I can get through without blowing my stealth, I'd like to just get into the courtyard so I have a line of sight. I assume I can't hear them at this distance.
No, you wouldn't be able to hide. But, like, there's a shitload of massive plants in the garden, so you can definitely just scoot under.
Okay.
I'll let you keep your
And it
stealth
doesn't-
roll for that.
Cool. Yeah, it doesn't say it requires a perception check to read lips. It just says you can, but I can roll it if you want.
Yeah, give me a quick roll.
21.
Yeah. So you couldn't really see what the Barracudos dude was saying because his back was to you, but you can see woman say, Amar Utu? Are you sure? The Vakar? The Shal will want to see him.
Declan's going to hold his position, actually, right
Okay.
where he is.
So the guys come jogging back and they say, you are truly Amar Utu?
Do you know of another Minotaur such as Makud?
I did not ask you that question. I asked him.
It is I.
Very well. The Shal will wish to see you. And they will...
I don't know. You did not treat me very nicely, and he's kind of like leaning down a little bit, like looking kind of grumpy. That is not how a champion is treated.
The two men kind of look to each other and then look back at the captain, who gives them a sort of like rolling hand come on motion, and they turn
Give the
back
guy
to
what
you.
he wants.
Yeah, and they turn back to you and say, we are very sorry, Amar Utu. It was just a misunderstanding.
He kind of does this whole like mulling it over thing, and then like turns to Bryn, who was doing the whole tourist shtick, and like, do we have time?
I mean, to meet one of your fans? I guess we could make time.
I don't know. We were going to go to the temple district next. Abrashmina says, like, glaring at the guard that gave her shit.
He was mostly trying to. He's going to try and glean from either of you if this is a bad or good idea. If you want to walk into the tiger's maw, literally, I actually rolled fucking well on insight. So if you have any messages coming his way, make them relatively clear.
I mean, you would know that Declan is ready to go into action on your behalf, just given the fact that he has disappeared.
Sure. That's an 18 insight, which for him is fucking fantastic. So if you don't want to do this, I'm not putting you up to it, but
So these special guards, Bractos or whatever they are,
Barakados.
Bractos, we would
mage
know that
guard.
they're more like a mercenary company and they hire themselves out.
So, from how they've been described to you, the Barakados Academy is this fucking brutal school. It's a great honor to be accepted, but when you go, they break you down, they remove all of your personality, they torture you, they make you work and train until you can't stand up, and they beat the shit out of you, and by the end, you're kind of this robotic, fractured person, but who are pretty much...
So they're like unsullied.
Kind of, except individually, there's not a lot of them, and
They didn't do a very good job breaking this one. He still has sass.
well, the programming sort of wears off the longer they've been out of the academy. But you know that there's pretty much no more formidable fighters in Neath than these guys.
And Rob has a pretty hard time not sassing us.
Yeah, that's true. But also, the way I see it, that wasn't really sass to Abrashmina. That was... They've been instructed to be nice to Makud, not to the other people. And Barakados, as a rule, aren't nice to anyone, unless they have to.
So it's not necessarily the person who is after us, would have, you know what I mean? Because did Declan tell us about the Barakados or Mina did, right?
They were
on the trove.
That was
the
yeah.
preacher's bank, basically. Not necessarily anything to do with the new crime boss we've vaguely heard about.
Yeah.
Okay.
From
I mean, they're soldiers for hire or like to purchase, right? Like anybody can buy Brocadus to.
You can hire them, right? But they are like eye-wateringly expensive.
But
I'm
yeah,
just trying to say that.
No, as far as we know, Riga is not hiring any of these guys.
Riga.
That's what I said. Yeah, as far as we know, because like the trove, as far as we know from what we are suspecting, at least, the trove seems to be Crime Sweden.
Switzerland.
And so, Switzerland. Yeah, I did that last week too. It's
Crime
yeah.
Sweden. The fan Sweden.
I think it's a thing now.
Everybody's eating vinegared fish.
We will take your things.
We will take your things and we will hold on to them and make sure that nobody else can touch them. Yes.
So
Indra?
Has anybody
But-
seen oh god, what's that movie that's set in Sweden that just came out recently? It's a horror movie. Fuck.
I don't know.
Oh, it's really
But-
There
good,
are
but
quite a
it's
few.
scary Swedish cult anyway.
Either way, yeah, it's basically a third-party Fort Knox for crime bosses.
Okay, I just want to. What I'm trying to get at is just making sure that we're not, walking into some horrible thing. Just
I mean,
because
he could be Riga.
he could. He
Riga.
absolutely could.
We don't know that at this point. But for
It could be. I think it could be horrible. But this is D&D.
Abrashmina-
Let's go do it.
yeah, Abrashmina is ride or die with her homie Makud. That is the insight check he gets.
I mean, he wasn't. He's not been terribly aggressive. It just we're gonna go talk to a dude.
Hey,
There's a-
all I'm saying is that do you remember
Okay.
whenever I was talking about Abrashmina's flaws? Right now, Abrashmina's goal is to find the Bella. So she is ride or die with Makud.
Okay. If Bryn's not gonna back out of this, which you have ample opportunity, we will go in, I guess.
So they open the gates to you but stop you as soon as you enter and say, I am afraid we cannot allow any weapons into the building.
Uh-oh.
Can you carry this? And he holds out the hammer directly horizontal at his head height, at their head height, and gets ready to let go of it.
One will put his hands up to it.
He will then let go of it and see.
You see
he
the
can do.
dude staggers slightly under the weight of it, but is able to hold it.
Are you going to bring that with you?
We will place it just inside, and you may take it as soon as you are ready to leave.
I will take it there. And he's grabs it back off him, and he can hang on to it if he wants.
Yeah, he will, and the other will put his hand up and say, I am sorry, you cannot go any further with weapons.
Oh, you mean I can't carry it for him?
That is correct. I am...
But look at him, and he pokes him with one large finger, in the ribs or something, while he's trying to keep this thing up.
Yeah, so the dude takes a step back but keeps holding on. Out of character, these dudes have 18 strength.
Sure. Makud's still gonna piss
Oh,
around with him 'cause he's
Makud
just-
is definitely far stronger, but he's not suffering as much as average.
Abrashmina is going to say Shal al-Shemi would probably want to see Amar Utu with his weapon.
Then Shal al-Hashemi may request that. But until such a time as he does, my instructions are to not let anyone cross the threshold carrying weapons.
Take it. It's heavy anyway. And he kind of starts lumbering
So
slowly.
the guy will take the hammer and put it away. The other two, do you guys surrender your weapons?
Do they consider her staff? That's it. Clearly ceremonial. They
have watched Lord of the Rings. They will request to take your staff.
I mean, that's not going to keep her from being able to cast the spells, but okay.
And so, Bryn, do you relinquish any weapons?
Yes, but I'm keeping the loot.
Okay. They won't take a
Ultimate
musical
weapon.
instrument off you. But they will take your weapons and place them very carefully inside and next to a very long, deep chest that is lined with velvet. And the captain
Does that have any magic runes on it?
No.
Okay.
And the captain bows as you approach the porch, and she says, Amar Utu, it is my honor to meet you. I would take you in to see Shal al-Hashemi immediately.
Can I attempt to infiltrate the house?
You may make a stealth check.
Nina is going to make eyes at. I guess she can't really make eyes because she has no irises or pupils, but she's going to look to Bryn and kind of arch an eyebrow, hoping that Bryn might try to speak to her privately.
My stealth roll was a 28.
Okay. They rolled a 23 perception.
Oh,
So you can sneak up, and like you see one of the windows is open to let out some of the
I'll just
stale
walk through
air.
the wall.
Oh yeah, yeah. So
He'll
you
do the thing-
enter.
He'll kind of like put his face through the wall and then scan before he continues moving.
Yeah. So the room you see beyond is something of a kind of drawing room crossed with a trophy room. You see, like, the wall is mounted with a good 30 to 40 tiger heads, like stuffed and prepared. You see, like, bookshelves covered in
Declan.
books.
Declan finds it all extremely distasteful, but he likes the books.
Yeah, and there are like very nice like chaise longue type things. And like
Chaise-long?
a chaise longue.
Chaise lounge.
Okay.
I like a chaise. Chaise.
Yeah.
He just has a weird accent.
A reclining seat. Chaise longue.
Gotcha.
Bed chair.
Bitch.
And you see like a small fountain in the center of the room, with like kind of big like koi style red and orange stripy fish.
Can I attempt to scan for sound to see if I can pinpoint which direction the party is relative to me? So
Yeah,
what voices I can hear?
they are on your left. So you've basically
Okay.
come in to the room that's off the kind of entrance hall that they are walking into.
Okay.
So
Does
I'll-
Bryn try to talk to Abarashmina?
Yeah, Bryn will ask, I hope you're not without means.
No, not without means. She is from the gate 120 feet below ground near the cellar. If you could try to convey that to Declan before he gets out of range.
I will convey the location.
it was 120 feet in a straight line from where you were at the gate. It's more like
That's what she said.
okay, but you're
Okay.
at the door now.
120 feet underground, straight line from the gate.
Underground?
Yes.
Yeah, she's in, like in a
Okay.
cellar.
Okay. Declan's gonna drop straight down to the floor.
Okay, we will come to that in a moment for tension.
There's no one underneath you. But...
So the
Well, I mean, I'll stick my face through the floor.
That's not what you've said. You're just dropping.
Well, I'm
It's-
saying it now, Daniel.
Good.
Yeah.
Is that
I
your
was all
final
like,
answer?
I was all like, please let me have this conversation with Bryn so she can give Declan
Ah,
direction, please.
it just so happens that you've fallen
Before
right
he gets to
into
the snow
Shal
level.
Al Hashemi's piranha tank. So yeah,
No,
Makud,
Mr. Core, I expect you to die.
Makud, they will lead you into the entrance hall and kind of off to a room on the right hand side, which is the room kind of behind the room Declan entered into. As they get to the door, the woman turns to Abrashmina and Bryn and says, "Wait here, if you please."
We
can
don't
look.
get to meet him?
Not yet,
But there's still a chance.
potentially.
You will convey to him that we'd like to meet him. I mean, he's has a fabulous home.
Yes,
even
yes.
just,
Will you wait here, please?
Abrashminas are already sitting in one of the chaise lounge chairs.
Can we get some refreshments or
They will be brought down.
fabulous?
And then she'll take Makud to a different room. And as you guys sit there, you see a woman shuffles in. She's a Shari. You see she has a brand under her left eye of a tiger's face. And and she is wearing this very simple kind of like classic sort of slave dress, which is designed or maybe even made from a tiger skin. And she enters with like a tray, and her hands are kind of shaking ever so slightly, and it's got some like cooled iced teas and very light kind of like stuffed vine leaf snacks. And she places it on the table between you, sort of like a little coffee table thing. And she immediately just turns and walks out. Makood, you are brought into a very large square room that doesn't seem to have a back. It instead kind of leads out into the garden like an open conservatory, and the ceiling is all glass. And you see there are like slaves with big kind of classic like feather fans, and two of them are fanning this man who like is slowly getting up from his chair kind of towards the back end of the room. You see like wine on the tray on a tray next to him, and like some snacks, olives, and that kind of thing. He's quite tall but stooped. Has very like sun wrinkled old kind of face. He looks fairly elderly, and he kind of hobbles over to you and shakes your hand with like this very like knobbly hand of his own. And he takes your hand in two hands and he shakes it like vigorously, or what would be vigorous if he was a younger man. And he beams up at you. He says,
Amar Utu, it is wonderful to see you, my friend. I am such a fan. Please, come, be seated. Whatever you would like, it is yours.
And he will show you to a seat next to his.
It is good to see you too. It has been too long with the Vicar closed, as it is.
Yes, I hear you are fighting again when it begins.
Well, I earned my freedom in the last fight.
I was there. A most interesting end to the show.
It was. Not often that everybody joins in the fight. And there is kind of like a smile as he thinks he's made a funny joke.
And he says,
Good, I am such a big fan of yours.
see my collection. And he holds out a hand and kind of turns your attention to like a sort of wall that is sat behind you at the moment. And you see like lots of glass cases. In one of them you see 3 blood-stained rainbow cloaks ripped and shredded. You see broken and bent weapons and smashed shield splinters. You see like crushed helmets, and even a skull. All of which belong to enemies that you once faced.
Oh, right. That meant much better than I thought it was going to. If you had a wall full of Minotaur heads, it was going to get me already. That's acceptable. Makood is like, oh, the Fallen.
Yes.
I remember some of these. And he's going to like walk over to them and kind of just like take a closer look at some of these things.
So he gets up.
Wait, I'm sorry. I think I missed something. These are people's heads on the walls?
No,
There
there
was
are.
a skull, but
there was
it's
one
mostly
skull.
just weapons and cloaks and broken bits from
Okay,
fights
okay.
that he won.
Gotcha.
Got
it. I
so
thought that was like all your like decapitated fallen enemies. Like, oh my god.
No, I was saying if you had like Minotaur heads on the wall when he's like, I'm your biggest fan.
Yeah.
It was gonna get weird.
So he gets up out of the other side of his kind of chaise chair and like just roughly pushes the slave kind of fanning him out the way, and she sort of stumbles back. And he doesn't pay any attention, like walks around beside you, puts an arm around your waist kind of thing, and like,
Yes, I remember this fight. Oh, the great Khan. You fought him, and he had a giant sword, but you split it in half with one strike, and then crushed his head. A most wonderful fight.
and he shows you like a basically bent in half sword that you vaguely remember.
Oh, that was quite some time ago. And there is, and this one, and this one. Like he's just going across,
Yeah.
like having these vague recollections of all these people. Like he doesn't that clearly remember the people that he's
And
defeated. Though.
he is enraptured with you.
Mm-hmm.
And like wants to hear every story you can tell. And he like will open the cabinet and reach in and pull out the skull, and he like picks it up with like his fingers in the eye holes, like he doesn't care, holds it up and kind of displays it to you, and he says, "Do you remember this one?"
He like takes it and like lifts it up and tries to like. It's just a skull
It's
to
just
him,
a skull.
so he
Yeah.
I do not remember facing a bone-headed man.
Ah, but this is Mukhtar. You remember? The man with the knives.
And you like vaguely remember this really annoying fight you had where this dude just had 1,000 knives that he was throwing at you.
Yes. And he's like, there's like a little gritting of teeth, and maybe there's like a scar or two. The puny man.
Yes, he was puny. When you crushed him, oh, it was so satisfying. My slave beside me was wincing because he thought, or she thought even, that you were finally going to expire. But I did not lose faith in you, Makud.
He like looks to the man at that, and like there is a beaming nature to him. It is good to know that I have another who has faith in me.
Yes, you know, I have such faith. I had her boiled alive just for suggesting you could die.
There's like a slight blink. That is quite the cost for a lack of faith.
He like chuckles and shrugs like, yeah, whatever.
But come, Makud, you must tell me what you are doing now.
Oh, he wouldn't know your real name.
Come, Amar
Sure.
Utu, you must tell me what you are doing now.
Do you know the creature that I am due to fight?
Ah, I have seen some kind of magical hydra?
It is. We found this tiny man who took some interest in the Vicar and has some power in summoning things or building things. I don't really know all of his magics, but he makes things that are a good fight, and he has promised a good fight for this one.
I must say I'm a little disappointed, Makud. I rather hoped I would see some blood spilled, but to see you fight, I suppose, is enough.
The thing might bleed,
I suppose
and
this
he
is
kind of like gives a shrug.
But your freedom, what are you doing with it? You are wealthy?
He kind of like looks at the bags and stuff that he has, or like, I am comfortable, like I was
Comfortable.
before.
Comfortable means poor, Makud. You know, I could make you very rich. Anything you want.
He kind of like is like processing that. I mean, I don't. I don't do as many fights as I used to, but I do better fights, grander fights. Take a longer to make put together though. I don't, and he's kind of like. I mean, we make some money, and I have a place. I have wyverns now. What? And he's basically kind of like half speaking out loud, half thinking, and it's like, I'm going to fight some sandworms soon.
Makud, these are all small, unimportant things. I would love to see you as my personal champion. I have a fighting ring of my own, in my garden. If you were to fight for me, maybe show me some of that bloodshed that you create so well. I could pay you millions of gold. I could give you anything you could ever want.
He kind of like there's like maybe a slight kind of like cough or something from the deep within him. Millions of gold.
Yes, anything.
And they would still be
I really-
free. Ooh, you go.
Sorry, no, I really wanted to hear how much is a million?
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure he's had
How
people.
many fingers?
How many? Yeah.
That's like 2,000s.
And he got like his like freedom pendant thing still on his horn, and they would still be free.
Makud, you would be free as a bird. All you would do is like a job, yes? Like everyone has a job. You come.
I took a job just the other day. Some strange men wanted me to kill them, and I did.
Excellent, excellent. Makud, I could have anything brought to you. I could have people go into the deep desert and bring you back Minotaur women. I could have human women brought to you. I could have any food, any travel, anything you could ever want. You wish for a home in the Palace District? I can make that happen.
He kind of like he's sitting back for a moment, trying to think of business dealings that Bryn and Mina do and haggling and things. I could take this job and have other job. I currently have job. It is too.
Now, Makud, I will be paying you so much you would not wish for another job. You could spend your days and nights enjoying all of life's pleasures and fight for me every so often. You could live a life of luxury.
Oops, sorry.
Right, that's him.
Sorry.
He said you can live a life of luxury.
Luxury, yeah. I fight for you, and then I can go fight elsewhere.
Come now, Makud. I would not wish for you to be tired. I would like to see the full power of Amar Utu when you fight. Come. Would you like a drink?
Of course. You know I have not drinking much today. And he like turns around, like looking expectantly for drink.
And he like clicks his fingers, and one of the servants or slaves bends down and he whispers in her ear, and she goes and comes back with like a very kind of dusty looking bottle of wine, and he says, "This is elvish wine. It is older even than the city of Ashar. It is the most expensive wine money can buy. I have 50 bottles." He'll pour a big glass for you, put it in front of you.
Down with the 1%.
He'll lean in and sniff it first.
It's wine.
He'll give him a nod and then down the whole thing, basically.
You see, he doesn't even balk at that, and it's wine. It's fine. Don't think it tastes particularly special to you, but it's fine.
Right, why not another Charles? And he kind of like looks at it, looks at the glass a little bit, like that's made me feel funny.
Kind of like furrows his brow at that, but then dismisses it. Not really interested in what you have to say.
Sure.
So, Amar Utu, what do you think of my offer? You see, you're right there.
Do I smell fish in this place?
I don't get it.
I'm getting some real strong Dukir vibes from this guy. Does he smell like he maybe like hangs out in a shack full of rotting fish on his weekends?
No.
I mean, it's full of tiger things. That's what I thought
I know.
at the beginning about him.
You know, you don't smell fish. He will beckon us a slave over. And you watch Makud. You see, she's got the brand and everything. She's also got a black eye. And like some bruising on the side of her neck. And she like bends down. He kind of whispers something else. And she kind of scampers off. And he says, I will have some food brought in for you, Makud. Only the finest, of course.
Well, haven't eaten either. Haven't gone much today.
Ah, Makud, you should stay big and strong.
Who? And he kind of like looks at the retreating slave or something. Who would you have me fight here?
Ah, anyone. Sometimes, the little folk for when I am in the mood for seeing a bit of bloodshed. Sometimes the finest fighters brought in just to see the power of Amar Utu. Maybe my own staff if you desire it.
He kind of like is slowly piecing stuff together. I have big fights in my future. I have seen them. When you have a big fight, I will fight it for you. That I do not want to fight a servant. Do not want to fight little people.
You
You
see
want
his
blood, but it must be worthy.
You see his expression sour slightly, but he doesn't let that sort of like, you know, it's gone in a moment. And he says,
I understand, Makud, of course. But just think, with all the money I have, I could hire an army for you to kill.
I hit 7 people.
You want a bigger fight than 7?
I could do more than 7. He kind of like stretches up and then in this kind of conservatory thing, and he looks out over the garden. The wealth would do good for. My friends would like it.
I'm sure they would, Makud, but you do not need friends. You could have everything. They are paltry pretenders. But if you come live and fight for me, then you have a life of luxury, of power, of anything you want.
He takes some steps sort of out onto the edge of where this becomes garden. And when he says like pretenders, he kind of like turns around. Maku does not have many friends, but has not had many friends, but they tell me like you that they believe in me.
Makud, have they ever shown any interest in your fights in the Vakar? Have they ever recounted stories of your past glories with you? I do not think they care about you as much as I do. I am Amar Utu's biggest fan, after all.
He kind of looks over all of the previous trophies. You do have... Yeah, you have seen so many of the fights and been there for so long. You do have all of these things. Maybe you do believe the most.
I do, Makud. And he puts an arm around you again. And I could give you the most wonderful fights. The most opulent, fantastic life.
Only the best. Oh,
Only the best.
I kind of want to leave it there for that scene. I think
Very well. I think that's as
Makud is
good.
not that smart,
Yeah.
and he's been given a lot, or promised a lot.
Very well.
You sit there and ponder for 20 minutes.
I mean, a dude went, "Hey, you, psst, do you want to come into this basement?" And he did. And he didn't know that guy. This guy has offered him so much.
Makud does not have a
Did so
whole lot of
many
cunning.
things.
We understand.
Declan.
Yeah, face through the floor, scanning to see what's below me.
Below you see wine barrels. It's like a small annex to the rest of the cellar.
Mm-hmm.
And you can hear some splashing, from the main cellar, but no voices or footsteps. Though it sounds like someone's in there.
Okay. I'll drop straight down, cat-like in my agile gracefulness, and then sort of orient myself in the direction that I was told Abella is, and then begin walking in that way.
So you kind of poke your head around the door to the annex of the cellar, and you see it's like a wide open room. There's wine racks everywhere. You see dishes and that sort of thing, general stuff to keep hidden from the rest of the house. The operating stuff. And over in one corner you see this kind of tub of water steaming gently, some soapy suds in it, and you see a very pretty woman, black hair, and this dark Ashari skin, and she's bent double over the tub of water scrubbing plates. You can see she's wearing a orange and black stripy slave garb.
Does she match the description that I have for Abella?
She has black hair, which Abella does, but Abella's key defining feature was her eyes, which you cannot see. She has her back to you.
I mean, she's probably moved around since I last got this information, but is the general area where she's supposed to be?
As far as you know.
And there's nobody else that I can sense in the basement?
No one else in the basement. You can see the entirety of the basement from where you are. It's very open.
Okay. Can't
Knock
pull
her
the
out and
group.
tie her up like you did Mirren.
That is just generally how I approach people. I will just whisper very quietly. I'll get as close as I can, and I'll just whisper, Abella, and see if she turns around.
She jumps and stumbles back. Who are
I
you?
will just put a finger up to the mask. You must be silent. I'm a friend of Makud. I've come to see that you are safe.
Her eyes go very wide. And she kind of blinks softly and shakes her head. This is a trick.
I take off my mask, so she can see my face, and sort of read my expression. I promise you that it is not. Makut has been freed. I am a friend of his, and I and other friends of ours have promised to help him in helping you.
No, this is some kind of trick. You work for Turian, don't you?
Do I know the name?
Yeah, he's the dude who caught Abella and
Right.
Edalee trying to elope.
I'm going to hold up my finger, and I'm going to pull out Wonderful Things of Ashar.
Okay.
Did you know that I am teaching Makut to read? And I'll open the book up, and you shall see his name etched on the cover. I wish I had thought enough to bring some proof with me, but Makut is above you now. You could go up there and see him if you wished, but I would not recommend it.
She's like completely at a loss for words.
Have you been ill-treated? Are
And
you well? These will be his first questions.
You're looking at her. She's like covered in bruises.
Yeah.
And she just like gulps.
Abella, you must tell no one that you have seen me, but I will return. And if it is your wish, we shall see you freed.
Okay.
Will you promise me that you will speak this to no one?
She nods.
Inside check. 18.
You reckon she feels she'd be punished even for bringing it up and doing nothing wrong, so you don't reckon she'd bring it up to anyone?
Okay. Trying to think if there's any kind of... Yeah, I don't want to give her anything that's gonna get her in trouble. Where is it that you sleep, Abella?
I sleep. And she like points kind of in the direction of the stairs. There is a second cellar.
Below us.
She shakes her head. On the other side of the property.
How many yards from here? Best guess.
I don't know. Maybe 100 feet?
This is enough. Do you have regular time for bedding? For going down to bed?
She shakes her head. I go to sleep when the work is done.
What are the quietest times in the house?
I don't know.
It's all right. It may not be tonight, and it may not be tomorrow. We will need to plan. So plan. We will need to plan. But I promise we will return for you. Is there anything you would like to say to Makut?
She like opens her mouth and closes it again. I'm sorry.
You would like me to tell him you're sorry?
She shrugs.
She's just terrified? Is that kind of what I'm gathering?
100%.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to put my mask back on and say, if you can secret away what possessions you need, be ready to leave within the week. You must be cautious. Great risk will be taken to free you.
She just stares
And
at you.
Yeah, and then I'll go.
Huh?
Back the way I came.
I mean,
I
Like,
guess I'm underground now, right? Yeah.
the ring lets you move through like solid earth like it was difficult terrain. It doesn't let you like fly upwards.
Sure. So I wouldn't be able to like go up like I was walking on stairs through the earth.
Oh, you could like go up the wall and then up, but like you couldn't go back up
Yeah.
through the
Oh no
ceiling.
no. Yeah, no, I can't float through the air to get to the ceiling.
Yeah.
I more mean like that was
Cool.
poorly
Okay,
placed.
yeah. That's no worries.
I'll just go to the wall and go just through the solid earth to be on the outside of the house, and then make my way to the place where I first stuffed.
Just make me another quick stealth check, please.
Sure. That's gonna be a 21.
I rolled a natural 20.
Ah, you son of a bitch.
That's a 25, sir.
Well, could I potentially, with 45 feet of movement, just appear outside the fence?
You do have 45 feet of movement. Yeah, that is enough to get you out of the fence.
Well, it is difficult.
Okay, and that's what I did.
Terrain?
Yeah, so he normally
That's
has
why
90
it's
feet of movement.
45 feet. So I have.
I gotcha.
Yeah. So you can get out.
Well,
Okay,
bullshit.
never mind then. You're a lucky boy. So,
A passing pauper sees you and just freaks out.
yeah. There's a mole that
Put a
fucking
finger
like.
up my mask.
There's a mole that you burrow through his tunnel and he shits himself and goes and raises the alarm. And the males attack.
The Mole Kingdom is under attack!
They join forces with the armies of rabbits. So, Declan escapes. Abrashmina and Bryn, you guys have been left alone in this room for probably 10-15 minutes at this point.
That's it? It's a long time. Or just at this point now.
Yeah, at this point now.
Okay. During that time, Abrashmina would have gotten out her little deck of tarot cards and cast augury.
Mm-hmm.
That is basically like current situation. She's thinking of the question trying to get Abella out now would be trying to like gauge like their chances of doing that now, basically.
That's Wheel or Woe, right?
Yeah, that's the wheel woe or no or both.
Both, definitely.
Also, can I reply? Is there a duration on message? Can I send a reply now?
It's not technically message.
Oh.
It's our Kalistar stuff.
Space Velociraptor.
So can I reply or no?
I would have. It's a reaction for me to give you the opportunity to reply,
Okay.
but I would have.
Okay.
But it acts like the message spell if I do that.
Okay.
But it would have to be immediate, right?
Yep.
Because
I
you'd
would
have to
imagine
use
so,
your
yeah.
reaction in the same round. So.
Yep.
Got it. So I'll wait for Bryn to contact me again if she does.
I mean, you're a good like 70 feet away from her at this point, so.
Okay. And during that time, is there anything else that's in this room
No.
besides
Uh,
lounges?
yeah, nothing that really catches your eye. You can make an investigation check if you like, but slaves are coming in to periodically refill your drinks and offer to fan you if you're too hot.
Abrashmina is not drinking. 15. Investigation.
Okay. You sort of look around. You don't see anything that particularly interests you, like some very expensive art pieces, collector's edition books that have never been opened, that sort of thing.
Nothing that feels kind of veil-like.
No.
Okay. This guy seems like the kind of guy that would collect relics of blah 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 blah, just to say he can. And I assume that all of the servants that are coming in and out are in like similar quaky
Yeah, they're all
fashion.
slaves dressed exactly the same.
Is it a different one each time?
No, but it's like maybe one or two that come in, you know.
Do any of them seem interested in her cards?
None of them are paying you any attention. They are doing exactly what they've been instructed to do, which is refresh your drinks, even if they're not being drunk.
I don't think we're getting in to see him today.
No, I suppose not. She is here, though, I think. And Abrashmina will tap a fingernail on one of her cards. That one means someone in chains. Although I suppose that is not too surprising, considering. And she kind of like gives a glance at the door that the servants keep coming in and out of.
I'm finding it harder and harder to understand this slavery.
It makes my skin crawl. But there is not much that we can do that will help them in any way now.
Oh, I get that. I just don't have to like it.
No, we do not have to like it. Abrashmina is going to get up and take a peek outside the hall.
Okay. You see there's a Barakados, the captain lady, is standing outside the room Makud went into, and servants are like pottering about, bringing in food to that room and that sort of thing.
But none nearby.
They're not far away. They're within like 50 feet, but none like right next to you.
Did she notice me sticking my head out?
Yeah. And she's like giving you a sort of like, can I help you type look, though not saying anything.
Do you have a washroom?
Of course. She'll like beckon you towards her.
Abrashmina will approach.
And she'll like step forward and then lead you to a room like beneath the stairs. That is like it's a very nice bathroom, but you get the impression it's not the one the Shal uses. It's like
Of course not.
it's the one for the house staff, the Barakados maybe, who are paid. So it's not the slave bathroom, but it's not the Shal's bathroom, and it's not the guest bathroom.
Abrashmina will nod her thanks and go in.
Okay.
Do I hear her leaving, or does she stand near the door?
You hear her leaving.
Okay. Going to do like a quick rummage around the washroom. I know there's probably not anything here, but going to do it anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, someone has heart medication in this cabinet.
Oils and soaps and perfumes.
Where's the Percocet?
Whenever I was led to this door, what was the layout of like the hallway around? Like, will the captain have view of this room whenever I come back out?
So the room is, if you picture the entrance hall, it's kind of a square. There's a big set of stairs, like directly opposite the front door. Like the Haunting of Hill House type house, but much bigger and all marble and stuff. The room you are in is on the right, and the room Makud is in is like on the right, but the room beyond yours, like further from the front door.
So this line of sight.
So
from
no,
where?
she.
Oh, okay.
The woman is standing on the other side of the hall, but staring straight at Makud's room. You, when you come out the bathroom, will be on the far side of the stairs from her, so she won't have immediate line of sight. But as soon as you pass into the hall, she will see you.
Are there any rooms further beyond that are out of line of sight?
There is a door to your left.
Abrashmina is going to be very, very sneaky and try to go in that room.
Make me a stealth check.
Okie dokie. Well, that's pretty good for Abrashmina. That is an 18.
She rolled a 7. You slip into the next room beyond, and you find it to be a very, very large kitchen. And there are slaves everywhere in here, like cooking madly. And a few of them kind of turn to look at you and sort of frown. But don't, like, as soon as they look at you, they sort of duck their heads and go back to their work.
Okay. Are they currently making refreshments for Makud?
They are.
Are they doing anything? I don't know that, but are they doing anything untoward to the food?
They are cooking it.
That's just cooking it. Okay. Abrashmin, is there another door or anything like this in the kitchen?
Yeah,
Thanks for looking out if they were spitting in Makud's food.
there's loads of doors.
Abrashmin is just going to walk confidently, like she belongs here, to the closest door and try to go into
Okay.
it. Oh, it is not a pantry.
It is a pantry.
God damn it. She's going to go in and grab a something that looks nice, as though she was like retrieving it for herself.
Yeah, you find like a very nice tureen of like sort of stewed and jellied meat.
I mean, that doesn't look like something somebody would take for a snack, would it? Like something.
Yeah.
Would it?
Yeah.
She's
Jar of
just dipping
olives?
her fingers in the bacon jam.
No. Yeah, like a jar of olives or something.
Sure.
Yeah. She'll grab like a jar of olives and like leave the pantry and go back out into the hallway. Not quite sure what I'm doing, but yeah, she'll go back out into the hallway and kind of quickly go across and make it seem like she was closing the bathroom door.
Okay.
Can I sleight of hand the jar of olives into a pocket or something, or into a plant before the lady comes around the corner?
Yeah, she rolled another ball sack perception check, so you can just like hold it on the left side of your body and she wouldn't see it.
If you screwed this over a jar of olives.
Yeah, I know, right?
But,
Abrashmina will.
She
thank
got a natural
the-
2 and a natural 4 on her perception
Aw.
check, so you're lucky.
Have you worked for the shawl long? Abrashmina says, like kind of like tilting her head to the side to use her hair to kind of hide her hand.
So you asked that across the like 50-foot room.
No, I assumed she was coming back over.
No.
Or, okay. Fine then. Do I keep going? No, I'll just go back. She'll just head back to the room. But while she is there like a potted plant or anything out of sight of the captain then?
In the hall?
Yeah.
No. Not that you would naturally walk by on your way back to the room.
I was just looking for a place to deposit the olives so I could go talk to the captain. But, okay. You say I don't have one of those.
I mean, you could leave them on the far side of the stairs.
Yeah, okay. I'll do that.
Okay.
That's what
you
I
know a
was afraid.
slave is going to die for that when there's a jar of olives where they shouldn't be. This is some tyrannical household.
The watcher will punish him.
I had to unmute myself for that because that's it'll all work out in the afterlife.
Oh yeah, this fella is going to have a very bad time, I'm sure. Abrashmina will approach the captain, or the Barakados captain. She is Barakados as well.
Yeah.
I assume.
She crosses her arms. They're fucking giant. And she sort of gives you an appraising eyebrow raise. Can I help you?
Yes. How long have you worked for the Shawl?
She kind of frowns and cocks her head to one side. I've worked for Shal al-Hashimi for almost 5 years now.
What is your name?
She purses her lips. Not sure she wants to answer. Make me a persuasion check.
Oh, jeez. Just for her name? 11.
My name is Sumaya.
I assume the Shawl pays you well?
You can assume that.
I suppose you do not choose your employers as a barakados?
You would know that's not true, really.
Oh.
Like, the Barakados
okay.
isn't a cult. It's a school, and then you graduate, and then you're not part of the Barakados anymore. They just find their own work.
Okay, then she will ask,
Yeah.
how did you become his captain? If you do not mind me asking, I am very curious.
I proved myself to be the best.
Is the Shawl a good man?
The Shal does not pay me to answer questions. The Shal pays me to ask them.
What sort of questions do you ask?
What is your purpose for coming here?
I came here with my friend Makut, or Amar Utu.
And how do you know him?
We served together for a bit in the Vakar briefly before it closed. I served as a healer.
And who is the lamented?
She's the woman we met during the incident at the Vakar.
And why is she here?
Because she wanted to see the wealthy district of Ashar, and I told her and Amar Utu that I would show them. I used to serve some of the Shawls that live here. In the way, whenever I served the temple. And she gestures towards her symbol on her face.
You see a definite look of not giving a shit.
She's just answering the woman's questions. If she wants to be a bitch about it, that's on her.
But like, as in she has no, like, the fact that you work for the temple, the fact that you...
Oh, she wasn't trying to impress. She was answering the question.
No, but a lot of people, on learning that you were an active part of the temple, will maybe say something or ask for a blessing or offer a prayer. She is not doing any of that.
Gotcha. That is not a problem. She was not expecting such things from a man with the reputation that this Shawl has. So, he's very interested in my friend Amar Utu.
That is because he is the best.
Yes. But I am his friend, and so I have a natural concern for my friend. So, whenever I ask if the Shawl is a good man, it is out of concern for my friend. Is this something you can answer me?
The Shal pays me very handsomely.
That is not answering my question.
Then I am not answering your question.
Abrashmina will give a slight nod. That is unfortunate.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
No.
Then
I
perhaps you should
appreciate
return.
you. I'm trying to say goodbye to her. She's so rude.
I said good day, sir.
I know. She's like, oh, they get back.
Well, the
And,
thing
like,
is
Abrashmina
like, you
thank
pause
for-
just long enough to where I'm like, oh, she's not going to say anything, so I start speaking, and then you start speaking.
No. it's so like, I like say she nods, and then like I start talking, and then she's like talking over me, and then like, yeah. like happened several times. But anyways, Abrashmina will say, I appreciate you taking the time to answer my questions, and we'll go back and leave. Without her having to be a catty bitch about it. Because I started talking first.
I mean, that's not what it sounded like on my end, but I don't know if it's an internet thing or I just have a blind spot when it comes to you, but whatever. So, yeah, you return to the room and you are left there. Is there anything else you'd like to do for the duration?
Are there windows?
There are. This room is at the front, like left corner of the house, so there are basically 2 windows. One on, the wall facing towards the street, and one facing like the hedge.
Is there anyone on that side of the compound from the
No.
window? No?
No.
No. I tried a little bit of a little walk around. Abrashmina tells Bryn what happened. I stole a jar of olives.
Moving up in the world. Petty crime.
Well, I didn't want this. I wanted to look like I had something to do, and I walked into the pantry like I had something to do, so I had to take something from it.
Oh, this isn't the bathroom? Wouldn't have sufficed?
I suppose, but I kind of wanted to see. I was taking a chance that something beyond the door would be more like the servants' stairs or something, or the cellar stairs. It
I
was
don't
like
think that wasn't the only door in the kitchen.
no, there wasn't. But Abrashmina wasn't going to walk into a door and then immediately go and then walk to the next one, because that wouldn't have seemed.
Take a jar of olives with you. And
I
choose
mean,
another
maybe.
door.
I decided
We
I decided not to push my luck.
We come back in a week and Abella's missing her hands. She stole the olives.
But Abrashmina will kind of say, was there a second floor to the mansion? I'm sure there was.
There's about 4 floors.
4? I could fly to the next floor and see if there's anything up there. Would that be dumb? That feels like it might be a little risky.
Pretty conspicuous.
Yeah.
I don't know
Broad
why.
daylight, this giant angel lady flying
You could
around.
make Bryn
I just
invisible,
want to
Bryn.
see the tapestries.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Bryn has invisibility. There
Yeah.
could be
Oh
something
yeah,
fun.
that's true.
But I
That's
love
true.
the idea of an angel going, "Give me your olives," just like flying around the hell.
You could go be invisible. I'm not sure how long I could cover for you, though. Or you could make me invisible. Is there like a timed pattern? I know I've been out of the room for a while, but is there a time pattern to the servants coming in and checking?
Yeah, it's pretty much 10 minutes, like clockwork.
I mean, do we feel like it's them keeping an eye on us kind of thing? Or is it just like really, really good hosting?
That's very hard to tell because the servants, if they are keeping an eye on you, aren't doing anything to indicate that. They literally come in, heads bowed, like drop off new drinks, pick up the old drinks, walk out. So like when they walk in, they see that there's 2 of you, so they could be keeping an eye, but they're not doing anything specifically that would lead you to believe they're keeping an eye.
All right.
They didn't react whenever Abrashmina was gone, while she was gone.
They didn't come in while she was gone.
Oh, okay. It might be a silly risk, but
I mean, I don't know what the point of the risk would be.
no, I suppose not.
I think right now we need to
I just
get
do
our
not.
friend and get out.
Yes, I just do not like sitting here doing nothing.
We could try to get them to let us in to see the shawl.
Suppose we could try, but I have a feeling it would not do any good. But perhaps you will have a better uh, time speaking to Sumaya than I did.
You do have a certain charm about me.
Hmm. But she seems very loyal to her paycheck, at least.
Just gonna ask if we can get in to see the show. What's the worst that could happen?
We have to come back here and sit and do nothing.
All right, I'll walk up to the captain.
Okay. She stares at you appraisingly as you approach.
So, are we gonna be able to get in to? I mean, I did mention I would like to compliment him on his house.
He has not mentioned that he wishes to see you, and we are not in the habit of letting random lamenters in to see our employer on a whim.
Did you tell him that we were here with Amar Utu?
Did you come with Bryn?
I'm assuming so. If she said, "Hey, let's see if we could go see."
Okay.
I mean, it would be kind of dumb to sit in the room and be like, "Okay, yeah, I said yeah. Okay, come on." Abrashmina has faith we're going to get in to see the shawl.
He knows.
I mean, does he really know?
He,
Or is that just something you're saying? Could you just go in and check and make sure?
I told him.
Insight check. 17?
She's giving no indication that she is lying.
All right. Well, can you at least go and collect our friend, because we've still got to go see the temple district.
Shal al-Hashemi has not finished speaking with him.
No, that is more a friend's decision than it is the shawl's.
Do you think I care about your decisions?
I mean, not my decision, but my friend's decision.
Then when he and the Shal are finished speaking, they will make that known to us.
I'm going to remember this.
Thank you for your time, Sumaya. Captain Sumaya.
You're welcome.
I guess Abrashmina and Bryn resign themselves to waiting.
Yep.
Alright. Makud. You've been chatting for almost an hour at this point. The Shal has plied you with food and booze and compliments and promises of gold and glory. And, yeah, what would you like to do? There's currently a lull in conversation as he has fresh vine leaves brought in, though he hadn't eaten any of the last.
So I think I will. Well, first the meal was very good, and he kind of grabs another handful, even though he's kind of full or something. Like he's actually brought in enough food to make a Minotaur
Defo.
full. And he like grabs another handful and like pops vine leaf wrapped rice balls or whatever into his mouth. So I will do the fight at the vicar, and then we talk after.
But Makud, we are talking now. I offer you the chance of a lifetime. The chance to live a truly blissful life. Perfect, even. Why wait? You can still have your fight at the vicar, even after you have decided to come work for me.
Oh, and he's kind of like reclining back. I fight for you. When do you have these fights?
Whenever I wish.
So I could not go into the desert and fight the sandworm?
Why would you go into the desert, Makud? All that is there is hardship and walking and waste. You could be here living in luxury and fighting just as well.
Okay, okay. I will go tell my friends.
Makud, we have been over this. They aren't your friends, not like I am. I can just have them escorted out. You need not see them anymore. You have moved up in the world.
He kind of is like, his brain is on overdrive, trying to resist. Defense jobs. I've rolled like 3 saves, and I failed each and every one of them. Just in my head. Well, on the dice.
Would you like a persuasion check from him?
I honestly, I've rolled it 3 times, imagining it's pretty difficult, and I've rolled sub 10 every time. Like I can't
Yeah.
extricate him from this situation. Let me see where. Let me see where I'm staying. Is it big enough for wyverns?
Makud, I could build you a rookery just for your wyverns. A huge, great open space for them to fly and live. I do not think you understand quite how rich I am.
He looks around. He doesn't really have the concept. Okay. Where?
How far from Bryn is Makud?
So Makud is in the room adjoining Bryn's, and it's a big room, but the chairs are closer to the wall. I'm gonna say maybe 50 feet.
So Bryn is going to, after some more time has passed, Bryn will use her mind link ability to send a message to Makud. This could go horribly wrong, but is everything okay in there? We've got a temple district to visit.
How long has Declan been on his own outside?
Getting close to 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay. He's keeping a real close listen to see if there's any commotion coming from inside the house, but
Yeah,
he'll give it another 15 minutes and see what happens.
sure. Obviously silence thus far.
I really want him to speak out loud because
I know.
I've
That's
really
kind of why.
clarified. So I think I think he is going to go. Everything is fine. We have had the most amazing food. So much of it. I'm so full.
Are you saying this out loud?
Yeah, he's
Okay,
saying it
okay.
out loud.
Yes, Makud, we have. And there is a lifetime more of it.
Great that you've had a good time, but we really should get going. We have other things to do.
Oh, I guess we do.
We do what, Makud?
He kind of like looks over to the old wizened man. We should let me go get the wyverns.
Makud, I can have someone get the wyverns for you. Makud, just then, the door opens, and in walks a slave carrying more food. But you recognize this slave. It's Abella.
So I imagine like he originally is talking to the guy. I imagine he's kind of like facing away from the slave door, and she gets kind of close
Yeah.
before he turns around.
And she manages to hide her like wide eyes at seeing you.
Abella?
She just ignores you. Her hands start shaking and she like slowly puts down the tray. You see the Shal kind of lean back in his chair and cross his arms. You know this slave, Makud?
He kind of like is looking closely, blinking. Abella? Like he isn't quite sure because she didn't react how he thought.
She like gives you like a please don't talk to me kind of look, like a terrified eyes.
You have Abella? And he like turns to the
I mean,
wizened old
he
show.
knew that.
Yeah, but he's been plied with so many things. He's very dense.
So Al Hashemi will kind of grin and say, "You like this slave, Makud? I can tell you from experience, she is worth every penny. She is yours if you like. As long as you, of course, hold up your end of the bargain."
So I fight for you and she is free?
No. I mean, you come to live and fight for me. And she awaits you in your bedchamber. If that is what you would like.
He kind of like narrows his eyes a little bit.
I must say though, Makud, we can find you much more beautiful slaves than her. She has been sullied, I suppose.
he like moves to the edge of his chair. And he's like taking a moment to like articulate the words. I fight for you. She is mine.
In a sense, I suppose, yes.
Twists his head slightly to the side. Mine.
Makud, she is just a house slave. I could get you much nicer comfort slaves straight from Algira.
You get other slaves, I get her.
Well, now, Makud. If this is the one you want, then you shall have her. As you shall have all the gifts I bestow, but you must know that when you do this, you cannot fight for anyone else. You work for me. And if you stop working for me, I take back my gifts. You understand?
I don't fight at the Vicar.
Ah, you can fight at the Vicar, but you fight at the Vicar for me. You don't go and mess around in the desert. You stay and you enjoy your life and enjoy your comfort slaves. Shall I have her clean herself up and await you in your room?
He like looks past him, and like one huge hand goes to like just kind of try and stimulate some thought out of his thick skull or something. And he's gonna slowly stand up.
Ah, this is agreeable to you then. Of course, Makut. I will have the papers for you to sign very soon. But, she can go and wash herself. I will tell you now that from experience she is a little lacking in the enthusiasm, but physically she more than makes up for it.
Oh.
Yeah, for real, Dad.
There is like a slight pickup in the dust around him. I fight for you. She is mine. She stays here. And he like points at the ground next to him.
Exactly, Makut. Doesn't that sound good?
Fine.
Dun dun dun.
Excellent, excellent. I'll, like, clap you on the back. Now, he'll like turn to her, say, "Whore, wash yourself," and she'll like kind of whimper and scurry from the room.
He says loudly, like, "No, stay here."
Oh, Makud, you are a little filthy. I did not expect that of the champion, but very well.
And he like turns to her, and says something that I imagine kind of echoes them previously, and he's like, "Do not leave my side," but like softly.
Yeah. And her eyes go very wide, like with fear.
And then he is going to, I guess, wait. For the paperwork,
Yeah.
I
So
guess.
he will like, you know, have someone bring it in, and this person isn't a slave. They're sort of dressed relatively nicely, and it takes, 10 minutes or so. But there's a contract in front of you, and he hands you like a long quill.
He like looks down at all the words, and they don't make any sense to him.
And
He knows the letter A.
Sure, he can just spot lots of A's on the page.
as you sort of
It
like,
says ah.
as you take up the quill and sort of look down at it, Abella will say, "Makut, no," and Shal Al Hashemi will like step forward and backhand her across the face. Say, "Shut up." She like
Does
falls
he?
to the ground.
Is there any sort of feline features as he does that? Or it doesn't sound like Duque, does it?
Make an insight check.
Oh, that was actually a good one. That is 16.
He is not Duque.
Okay.
Just a regular old evil human.
Yeah. He would like
My friends know how to read that are like a room away.
I know. I was gonna ask for them, but he stands up and goes, "No. She is mine to treat as I want."
Makut, you have not signed the paper yet. She's just crying in like a heap on the floor.
Oh, he is. I'm trying really hard not to murder the richest man in this fucking city. I need a friend to read this. Then I sign.
Makut, I can read it to you. We are friends, aren't we?
Let me roll. Fucking roll good. Another.
Makut, I have already given you so much and you are disrespecting me. I have given you food and drink and the offer of a new life. I've given you this whore. I've given you everything you've asked for. Why do you hesitate? And his voice is kind of like slightly clipped, and you can tell he's trying to keep calm, or maybe he can't.
Sure. I like Makud is also kind of in this tense mood. He's gonna like kneel down and pick Abella up back onto her feet. And then again echoing like his past. He'll hold this like for her in like in a lowered tone. What does this say?
She like glances up at Shal Al Hashemi, and he gives her like a deathly stare, and she says, "It says that you promised to fight exclusively for Shal Al Hashemi, and you promised to live under his roof, and that you will not fight for anyone else."
kind of like is viciously studying this paper, and it means so very little. You want me to fight, I will fight for you.
Then sign the paper.
He looks at him. And then he just like draws a line or something across the document. Like not, it doesn't see like the please sign here line. It's just a line across the piece of paper. Because he doesn't know heads nor tails of this thing. He just takes a mark and like probably possibly tears the piece, a bit of the paper or something as he does it.
And the Shah will kind of purse his lips, but then smile at you and like scoop up the paper and take the quill from your hand. Excellent, Makud. You have made the right choice. And he sort of like touches a necklace on his chest for a moment, and then says, "Now, would you like me to show you to your room so that you may have a Bella for the first of many times?" He wouldn't say a name. He would say this slave.
He like snorts heavily. Show me.
And he will lead you back into the hall and then up the stairs and into an enormous bedroom with like super king size bed, like a small water feature in the corner, these like stunning balcony overlooking the gardens. And it's like this room is made, this your sort of room in this house is made up of several smaller rooms. And he says, well, I shall leave you to your fun, but maybe you will join me for lunch afterwards in the garden?
I will see you then.
Enjoy, my friend. And he
Have
sort
more of those fig things.
and he kind of grins and nods, and then he turns to Abella, and he says, do not disrespect my friend Makud. And she gives like a fearful nod, and he sweeps from the room.
I'm at Utu, but yeah.
Well, he knows you're called Makud now because you've referred to yourself as such. And he would want to be on like first name terms with the champion.
Sure, okay.
Abella will turn to you and like sob and like pull you into a hug, or herself into a hug against you, and she says, "Oh, Makud, what have you done?
I have found you.
But now you are here as well as I am."
He kind of like looks at her. So like a slight frown. But we are together. Now I just have to find one more, then we can leave.
Makud, you signed the paper. You promised you will stay here. That is what the paper said. I told you. Why did you sign it? And she like buries her face in your fur.
I marked it for you.
But now... Oh, Magoo. You should not have. You should just have gone. You will never get out now.
He kind of like just imagine, I don't know. He just kind of like falls back onto the huge bed kind of thing. It doesn't seem as troubled as she is about it, and it's like I have done something this day. I have found you.
Oh
It has
boy.
been so long.
Makud. You have already given up your freedom for me once. And now you have done it again.
He said I would still be free. I am still free.
Makud, every word out of that man's mouth is a lie. He said you were free, but on the paper you signed, it said you promised to stay here. It said you promised to fight when he wishes you to fight.
But you are mine. And if I have to fight, then I have to fight. I have always fought. But now you are closer to leaving.
I am never leaving, Makud. It is just you that are now stuck here with me.
I'm afraid he doesn't have much more to give. If you wanna can end that one there.
Sure. So,
Yay.
Brishmina and Bryn, the captain enters the room and she comes in and she says, I'm afraid it is time for you to leave.
Not without our friend, it isn't.
Makud has decided to stay and has signed a contract with the Shal. You're therefore-
Horseshit.
We would like to speak to Maku to verify the veracity of your claim.
I am afraid Makud is indisposed.
I'm afraid you will have to make him available if you would like us to leave.
Actually, that is not the case. You are here unlawfully now. And I will ask you once more to leave, or I shall make you leave.
We shall return with the city guard then. You can explain to them how you are keeping our friend captive.
He is not a captive. He
You will
has
have
signed
to
a
prove-
deal for money.
Then it would not be a problem for him to verify that with us before we leave. Otherwise, we will be back with city guard and you will have to answer to them.
Very well,
I'd
bring
rather-
the city guard.
Makud would not do this.
I'm afraid Makud has found who his true friends are. Now, you must leave, or I shall have to escort you from the premises myself. She puts her hand on a longsword.
Bryn's gonna square up to her and look her in the eye.
And she'll just whisper, I would not do this if I was you.
Bryn will wink at her and be like, no, we're going to leave now. But I'm going to remember this, and I'm going to enjoy the payback.
I look forward to it. And she'll step aside.
I very much doubt it.
Do you both leave?
How many guards are visible right now?
You have only seen 3.
How far are we from our things?
From your things there by the door, you're about 30 feet away.
Abrashmina, before we like leave that room or whatever, Abrashmina will look at the captain and say, "You know as well as I that you cannot enslave people like this."
You mean like your once friend? He is not enslaved, he is employed. He is being paid. He made the choice himself. He could have left, but he decided to stay.
If that is the case, then as they're in the terms of employment, you have the ability to choose.
Of course.
He could come and speak to us.
He could, but he is currently indisposed.
Would you please tell Makut that we would like to speak with him before we leave?
I am afraid I do not work for Makut.
Abrashmina will cast sending.
Very well. Does this have verbal components?
Yes.
Okay. Then the Captain Sumaya will see that you're casting a spell and cast counterspell. And she will draw her sword.
Abrashmina will give a weary sigh. It's like, since you do not wish to pass along the message to Makud, I wish to speak to him myself. You will let me do this, and then I will leave.
I have been instructed to remove you from the premises immediately. I have not been instructed to remove you from the premises after speaking to Makud. And her voice is like much lower, much calmer, and much more dangerous now.
How far from Bryn is Makud?
Currently, quite far. He is 2 floors up.
Greater than 60 feet?
I'm gonna say no.
All right. Bryn is going to telepathically send a message. Makud, they're asking us to leave. Is this what you really want?
I mean, I asked to see you, but he
Yeah, he did.
said that you couldn't come read the contract and things, so I got Abella to do it. I'm with Abella, though. I found the...
What contract, Makud? What have you done?
I fight for the Shal, and I get Abella. So Abella is safe now. Now she is closer to getting free out of the city.
My friend, what have you done?
There's like a long pause. It is just some paper, and you kind of almost hear him kind of just like roll over.
I'm afraid you've signed away your freedom.
No, he said I would still be free. Kind of like correcting you like a 3-year-old or something.
Then why are we being asked to leave and not allowed to speak to you?
I don't know.
You might as well take that trinket off of your head now.
What? And like, I think you can feel him kind of like sit up. No.
It doesn't mean anything anymore.
And you hear like shouting, like, I am free. Means I am free. And you possibly hear it echoing.
Not anymore, it doesn't.
It's like,
Do I
then
hear
prove
Makud
it.
shout?
It's like, yeah, then prove it. Come downstairs and talk to your friends.
You wouldn't hear him, Declan.
I gave you fucking ages to get Makud out of this. Like, you could have taken a Bella, Declan says hello and disappears. Like, he's not smart enough to talk his way out of some old banker giving him everything he wants. Like,
Though, I mean, he did also see her beat the shit out of her
Yeah,
and didn't
I mean,
go
what the fuck,
fucking
Makud?
rage.
Dude,
I had two
I
choices:
tried.
kill the richest man in the city and make us wanted criminals and everything Declan goes against and all the rest of it, or
you
go
could have
through with it.
refused,
I mean,
or
like,
you could have
his-
said,
So
"I
if
don't
hold
want to
on,
deal with
if we're
you."
having if we're having a meta conversation,
yeah,
the reality is like Declan can come back at any time, teleport Abella out of there, and then all Makud has to do is be like, "Well,
Just
she's
leave.
gone. I don't know what happened. Contract over."
Yeah,
But
I
the
could have
contract-
taken
the
Abella
con-
and Lee and left, but we would have fought all the Barakados and
The contract doesn't
everyone else
mention
in here.
Abella once. It just
He
says...
doesn't
Well,
know
right, but
that.
he's
Yeah.
there. He's not compulsory. He's not there. He hasn't been paid anything yet, right?
yeah, that
Because he
and like,
prom-
and if it's employment, he can terminate that employment at any time. The contract doesn't bind him to that in perpetuity.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
Because
but-
that's not how
Also-
employment works. That's how slavery works.
Makud
Also,
is
Makud
enslaved.
doesn't know writing. Like,
yeah, we
is-
actually don't know what's in the contract
Yeah,
because none of us were able to read it.
Makud is enslaved, and he has signed a contract that is entirely one-sided to say, I will do all these things. It doesn't say anything about remuneration. That's just word promises that the Shal made.
Yeah.
So
And Bryn is poking the bear right now.
And
Okay.
Bella could have
Well,
said
That's
that.
the
but I
point.
suppose-
and Abella could have said it.
She could have, but she's also been fucking
I know,
enslaved
and she's been
tortured by
beaten
this
to within
man
an inch
for
of her
years.
life and the
Yeah.
rest of it. But also,
It's
Makud
not
has
on us
lived
to
around
get
people that have been beaten up for life. Like,
Mhm.
people being punched and things don't mean the same amount to him. He just wanted bigger fights.
Well, it wasn't on us to get Makud out of that.
All right, fighty see, but he has 6 intelligence, so I played it away with an old man manipulating him. Like, I had
Yeah.
2 choices: kill him or like start a fight with the entire household.
Oh, you could have just
I
said
mean,
no and
I-
walked out.
So I kind of put...
Do you think we
him
could have
at-
walked out of this situation once he'd seen Abella? Because he would have taken her with her, and then we
Well,
would
he
have
knew
fought
that Abella
everybody.
was there and didn't ask about her until she showed up.
So I think we should save our meta conversation for after the session.
All right, so
Sure. Okay.
anyway, Bryn is poking the bear, specifically saying, "You're not free. Take the trinket off your head."
if you can leave, then leave.
Well, trying to decide if I want to.
if you actually want to fight all these people.
No, I don't. It's not that. It's whether or not I want to make a final jab about him being the dragon seer.
Right.
He's shouting pretty loudly now. I'd imagine possibly Declan can hear this, but
Does Sumaya
so
have any
you're-
kind of reaction?
Yeah, I was gonna say. So your bedroom looks out over the back of the complex.
Okay.
Because it looks out of the garden, so it'd be quite a ways for Declan to hear. Though
Can I roll perception? Just
you
to
can
see
roll
if I do?
perception, yeah.
Okay.
But Sumaya will like
24.
turn and look. 24 was that?
Mhm.
Okay, you do hear deep voiced shouting in the distance.
Okay. I'll move towards the source of the sound.
Okay.
Along the perimeter of the property.
Okay. That will take a while though. This property is huge.
Yeah. I mean, I'll dash.
Yeah, it's like a couple acres.
Okay.
But Makud will, or Sumaya will turn, look up at the stairs, and then turn back to you and, like, kind of, like, flex her arms and say, "What are you doing?" And she'll, like, whistle,
Leaving.
then leave.
And then one last. You could have done great things. You could have. You are no longer a Maku Dragon Seer, and then start heading out.
You hear a door breaking above.
Yeah.
And you see, like, Sumaya kind of turn
Bryn
and stare.
and Abarashmina are leaving, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys,
We're gonna get our weapons back,
you guys
right?
walk right up to your weapons that are at the front door. Yeah.
Yep.
There is stamping and shouting, and it is coming downstairs.
So you see the 3 guards run into the atrium, all swords drawn, like staring around. You see the Shal run into the room as well and shout, "What is going on?" Just as Makud gets to the top of the stairs, and Sumaya says, "My Shal, get back." And she's gonna like kind of step aside to kind of push the Shal behind her, and like be prepared to attack Makud / the others.
Abarashmina's not making any threatening gestures. If they attack her, that's them attacking her for no reason.
Yeah, they're not worried about that.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
And they're not attacking you, they're just ready to.
Just saying.
Declan, you would hear like shouting coming from the front end of the property now.
Okay. How big is the house?
The house is like multiple acres
Okay.
itself.
So Makud is quite far from Bryn and Abershmina.
So he's like coming down the stairs, but the stairs were like, you know, right there. So it's maybe 2 or 3 rounds.
Okay. I'll cut across, back through the hedges and scan this for guards.
There's none.
Okay. I'm going to begin making my way back into the house. I'll phase through a wall, same process, phase through, scan, move, moving towards the sound of commotion.
You just see like the occasional slave like running and trying to like hide or get away from the commotion.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually
I mean...
Sorry, you go.
Go ahead. Oh, I was going to say, do you want me to roll stealth to avoid being seen by slaves?
If you're trying to be stealthy, then yes, please.
Okay. That's going to be a 17. Which is not
Okay. You're fine.
Okay.
So when you finally get to like within sight of the atrium, you see Abrishmina and Bryn in the doorway. The 3 Barakados guards, 2 with their kind of backs towards the side you came in, and Sumaya and the Shal on the other side of the stairs. And you hear Makud charging down the stairs above you.
Does Bryn see me?
No.
Okay.
Does Abarashmina? Because if he's behind... It sounds like he's behind Sumaya and the shawl.
No, he
Right,
is
well,
not.
I mean,
he is
so
behind the guards with their backs to him.
But I can see them.
Where are they in relation to Bryn and Abarashmina then?
So they are... So Bryn and Abrishmina in the front door. They're on your left, looking towards the stairs. Declan is in the room off a room off the atrium.
Yeah, okay.
So I
you guys
don't have
no-
line of sight on Bryn and Abershmina?
No.
Okay, that was my question. So Makud is charging down the stairs.
I think I'm on my way. Like I said,
Yeah.
2 or 3 rounds. Like it's a
Okay.
big stairs. There's lots of floors.
Yeah. Okay. Declan's gonna hold his position and wait, but he's gonna move. Yeah, he doesn't know enough to know where he's supposed to go. He's gonna wait.
Okay. And you hear this Shal shouting like,
Makud, my friend, what are you doing?
and it sort of echoes through the house.
There'll be like more shouting and more smashing and stuff. And then out of all of it, there will be like a rough reply of, "The voices tell me I am not free. Makud is free." And then more crashing.
Yeah. And so, finally, Makud appears at the top of the stairs. There's like dust and sand whipping around your feet. And you're, I imagine, like panting heavily. And it's like that sort of sweeping stair that kind of parts off into 2 when it gets to the top. And you're kind of standing on that first landing looking down at the scene before you. 2 guards
Real
on your
quick.
right, 1 on your left.
Is Makud's hammer visible anywhere?
It's not on line of sight with you, but it's by
Yeah.
Avrishmina and
Okay.
Bryn.
Okay.
So you see the Shal and Sumaya on the left, 2 more Barakados on your right. Bryn and Avrishmina standing directly opposite you at the front door of this house.
So there are 3 guards and the captain, or 5 guards and the captain?
2 guards and the captain.
2 guards and the captain. All right.
Oh. That keeps changing.
It has not once changed.
You said 3 Barakados, Sumaya, and the shawl a little bit ago, so that's...
Yeah, there's 3 Barakados, Sumaya being one of them, and the Shal.
Yeah, it's hard to hear.
Sorry. There are 2, and you've only ever seen 3 guards.
Sumaya being one of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we hear any sounds of any reinforcements coming in, or?
You hear the sounds of movement in lots of other rooms.
Okay, but no idea as to what it is.
Yeah.
All right.
So does the shawl have a reaction to Makud's yelling?
He's just staring up wide-eyed.
Looks like he's not as happy with his employment as you.
Employment?
Yeah.
And the Shal will finally say,
Makud, what is wrong? You signed the contract. You are happy.
Am I free?
Of course you're free, Makud.
Then he can leave with us if he wishes. And Abrashmina will hold out a hand.
the Shal doesn't
He-
say anything.
He's like, takes a moment with him saying, "Of course you're free," and he kind of like looks over to like Mina and Bryn, like, "Am I free?"
If you're truly free, you can leave with us. Or we can just see this contract and sort this all out peacefully.
Abella kind of comes stumbling down the stairs after you, Makud, but stops halfway out.
Do I see her?
Yeah. Just.
Okay.
Like, you can maybe see, like, part of her.
Shaw says nothing about the contract thing.
No. He's just
Oh,
staring up at you.
Oh, and she's gonna come with us.
He like turns and kind of stares and like whispers something to Samaya, and she nods, kind of like shifts her body position slightly to be more between you and Makud. Not like
Can
she's not
I make a
moving between
perception
you.
check to see? I don't have observant, but I want to see if Abrashmina could suss out what he is saying.
Sure. You can make an insight check.
Insight?
Yeah.
Not
You can't read
perception?
lips, man.
Okay, 12.
Can I read their lips?
You can't see them, probably.
No, you do have line of sight. You're
Oh,
like
he does?
you're in a room opposite them.
Okay, so can I see what they say? Roll perception.
Roll me a quick perception. But you can read what they're saying.
Okay, that's gonna be 15.
Declan, you saw him say, "They are not leaving with my slaves."
Mm-hmm.
And Abrashmina, you get the gist that in response to the last thing Bryn said about Abella coming with you guys, the Shah has poised Sumaya to make sure that doesn't happen.
Abrashmina will kind of whisper, like, we do not have any claim to her, but we have claim to Makut. We cannot.
It's not about claim. You really think Makut's leaving without her?
No.
That's our claim. Final chance to do this diplomatically.
Is that? I'm assuming that's to the Shah.
Yeah.
Abrashmina will kind of say, well, not kind of say, she will say, that one, and she'll gesture to Abella, was not a slave when she was given to you. She is not a slave. She was a servant of a woman named Adelaide in the castle. You do not have any legal claim over her.
She was sold to me by the palace as a slave. She is a slave, and she will always be a slave.
She was not sold to you by the person she worked for. She was taken by someone who did not have claim to her and sold to you illegally. You have no claim.
Abrashmina is not telling the truth there.
I mean, she kind of is, because she belonged to Adelaide. Turian stole her from Adelaide.
She didn't belong to Adelaide. She was Adelaide's girlfriend, and
So how exactly did she become a slave?
because she
legally?
committed a crime, and you can be enslaved for that.
What was her crime exactly? Having a girlfriend?
Yeah.
That is not a crime.
I mean, yeah, it's not a crime, but she was, told she is
Not a crime.
no, but
Turian was being
very
a shit.
few
That
people.
was
Yeah,
not
yeah,
crime.
But as far as anyone knows, she committed a crime. She was enslaved. She's been given to them, like she's been processed. So Abrashmina saying that to him is just a straight up lie. It's not like she's exposing some secret. He doesn't know or care about her history. He knows that when he purchased her, she had already been branded, and then she was marked with his brand. She is a slave.
Fine, and that's a lie, I guess.
And it's you are
Does it
actually
matter?
telling the truth, but as far as he knows, as far as he is concerned, you are lying.
Okay, then can I roll some kind of persuasion check or anything like that, or is it just I tell a lie and he thinks I'm telling a lie and doesn't give a shit?
Yeah, he's not being persuaded out of this.
Okay. Either way, Makud is not your slave.
That is for Makud to decide.
So you want Makut to decide between being free and coming with us and staying here and being your slave?
With
I
his
wonder which
Abella.
one he will choose.
All eyes turn to Makud, I suppose.
Oh, sorry, was that my cue? McCord is no slave. I fight. And I fight for those who ask it, for those who pay it. But I will not be claimed again. You said I was free. You just said I was free. They say I am free. Then I am free.
He will like push past Sumaya. He's like going like this purple with rage. Yeah, comes to stand in the center of the room, staring up at you on the stairs. He said, "You are a fool, Makud. I could give you everything. This whore, money, food, whatever it is you want. Why do you care about freedom? You could have everything. And if you leave here, you know that the first thing I will do is kill that bitch."
So Declan's going to take action.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to begin. So the staircase, is there a way to get underneath it?
Not really from where you are. Like, not without crossing the room.
I would like to try to get behind, like if I cross the room to get to beneath where everyone is, will I be openly, like nakedly exposed?
To get to beneath where everyone is.
Yeah. So I want to be able to slide up through the stone wall, get Abella, and teleport out.
Yeah, like Abella is like a good 90 feet from you right now at the top of the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
Makud, like, to get there, you could go underground, but it would take several turns.
Okay.
And
all right. Never mind then.
yeah. It's like
I forgot you had the dimension door thing. Why didn't you
Yeah.
teleport out with her whenever you were in the basement with her?
Honestly, I forgot. But the justification for Declan, though, is that, if if a slave just disappears around the time that this guy's there, it could raise alarms and put everybody in jeopardy. Better to do it in a slow, patient way, but then things spiraled out of control. So he's just waiting.
So yeah. I imagine the word bitch echoes around the atrium for a moment.
I signed the paper. And all I asked was her. So it is signed, and I have her, and I will fight for you. And if I am free, I can take her where I want.
He just shakes his head. Makud, you signed a piece of paper saying you would stay here.
The paper said I fight for you, and he takes like several steps down towards him.
And he is that sort of cocky where he doesn't think anyone would dare to touch him, so he doesn't back down. And he says, "That paper says that you stay here. You fight when I tell you to fight. You go where I tell you to go. You do what I tell you to do, Makud. That is just the way it is. And you are too stupid to read, so I could write whatever I wanted on that contract. Now, if you want to see that slave alive, I suggest you go back up to your room and be quiet. Because otherwise, I'm going to burn her alive."
He takes a few more steps down the stairs. I mean, he puts no weight in the written word, and it's from an oral tradition where people say what they mean to say. You said I was free. That is what we said. Not what... But it is not what the paper says.
He lied to you, Makud.
It does not matter what the paper says, Makud. Either you go upstairs and enjoy your whore, or you leave this house and she dies.
If it does not matter what the paper said, it does not matter what you say either. Bella, we leave.
You see the 3 barracados, like, cinch in behind him, so they form a wall between you and the door. She is my slave, Makud.
I mean, they can't because Abrashmina and Bran are there.
No, they're in the atrium. You guys are in the doorway.
Yeah.
This
Or with
room
a
is like
weapon.
90 feet by 90 feet. And he is at the foot of the stairs. They have just come between you and him. Their backs to you guys.
Oh,
Mhm.
said the door. So
Yeah, to
that's
block the
implied
door. Like, as in to
from
block Makud from
from-
getting to the door.
Black Makud, not
Yeah.
us. Gotcha. Never mind.
We have our weapons back, right?
Yeah.
Sweet. Bryn's gonna start moving towards the guards.
They line up in front of him. You stand before Makud, champion of the Vakar. I have killed so many. You will just be another fight.
If it sounds like battle is happening, Declan is going to, right? I mean that's it, right? This is happening. But
Sounds
by all
like-
the tension in the room, right?
Sounds like.
Okay. Declan is going to sprint from where he is, parkour up the stairs, use the disengage action to get past anybody, grab a Bella, and teleport out.
You definitely can't do all that in a round.
No? 60. How big is the room?
The room's 90 by 90. The stairs go beyond that.
And I'm at the far end.
You're at the far end in another room. So you're gonna have to. You'd
Okay.
have to. Your full movement wouldn't even get you there.
Okay. I thought I had a different vision of the place in my head. All right. Well, then I will start moving. I'll take a crossbow shot. God damn it! I don't know what the fuck to do. I'll just wait. Fuck me. If I was a lot closer, then it would have been very different. I'm just waiting. If I can get closer without being seen, I'll do that.
Yeah, you can start like sneaking closer, definitely.
Yeah, that's what I'll do.
Okay.
That's gonna be a 28.
Okay, yeah, you're fine. You like slip into the atrium and sort of around a corner. No one
Moving
spotted
towards
you.
Makud and Abella.
Yeah. Makud, what do you do?
Can I ready a spell as this is getting ready to ramp up?
You can.
Okay.
What kind of spacing do I have between everybody?
So alright. So the Shal is about 70 feet from you. The guards are about 80. Makud is about 100. Declan is somewhere off to your left. Abella is up behind.
But don't
Makud.
know he's there though, right?
Yeah, you don't.
You
Just
can take
roll.
perception check.
I mean, I could, but I'd rather fireball some motherfuckers.
If Abrashmina thinks something is about to go down, she's going to cast her spell.
Okay.
So if Brain is about to fireball, Abrashmina is going to cast Bane on the 3 Barakados.
What save is that?
Charisma.
That's a natural 1. That's a 24. And that's a 10.
Okay, so 2 fails as Abrashmina like sees like Bryn like reach up for the necklace of fireballs, and Abrashmina is going to cut the palm of her wrist with uh, the dagger at her belt,
The palm of
and
her wrist.
yeah, the palm of her hand. Sorry, palm of
Nice.
her hand, and kind of like fling her hand forward, and like droplets of blood will like spill across like the marble floor, and as she says, the watcher is the watcher judges you for the choices you have made, and she's baning the 3 Barakados.
2 of them.
2 of them,
Failed,
yes.
yeah. So,
Which ones did not?
Sumaya and one of the dudes failed.
They are going to have a -3 to their dexterity saving throw that Red is about to make.
Awesome. How are people
We're
for
going to be in
time?
so much trouble.
Yep.
How are people for time?
I could probably do another 20 minutes if that's what we want to do. I definitely don't want to like bail on a fight that everybody really wants to do.
Well, because
so
this fight could go
yeah.
longer than 20 minutes. So it might be better to stop before it starts.
Mm-hmm. I would be all for that. It's going to go longer than 20 minutes, Rob.
Although I will not be here next week.
I guess we wait. Or...
Which ones failed their save? Just so I can get that down in my
Sumaya and one of the other ones.
Samaya and Amuk.
Yeah. I mean, he's not. I'll give them names. Sumaya and Dahir failed. There's his name. And the guy who passed is Fatih. There.
Those are nice names.
So is that it, ladies and gentlemen?
It sounds like that's what we want. What we want it to be.
I mean, do you want to roll your fireball or something? Is that what you plan to do? Or
I mean, yeah, I was gonna throw 3 charges of it at him.
Oh boy, that's a 6th level.
Is that a 5th level?
It's a 5th level.
5th level.
Pretty good.
do you want to resolve that, Rob, and then we have fight proper?
Yeah,
next
go on in.
time?
Go, dice, go! Ooh, dice went. Uh, 43 points of damage.
Okay.
And what DC?
Yeah, what's
DC
DC?
15.
Okay, that is going to be 1 success with an 18, even with the -3. That's going to be 1 fail, and that is going to be another fail. So 2 take 43. So Sumaya takes 43. Fatih takes 43, but Dahir takes half, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
21. Very well. So this explosion just racks the room, the whole building shakes, and you just see like these guys just engulfed in flame. But when the flame passes, they're all panting, but still standing and looking resolute. And you see Sumaya point to the one who wasn't baned and point over her shoulder for him to go and deal with you two. And that's where we'll end.